experienced over the period. The agency director, David Gikungo, says that the below-average rainfall may lead to an increase in the ongoing resource-based conflicts among the farming and pastoral communities. This as the government tries to find ways to reduce the effects of the drought, with the president announcing new allocation of 2 billion shillings for food relief to counties affected by the severe drought. This comes after previous allocation of 3.2 billion shillings allocation for the purposes of purchasing food. Now, members of parliament have started revising the law to restore the CDF. Matungulu Member of Parliament Stephen Mule and his Gishugu counterpart Robert Kisumu presented the 2022 Amendment Bill on National Government CDF. The discussion of the bill begins today. In the bill, the members of Parliament want senators to be allocated development funds similar to MPs through the national government. The amendment aims to protect the CDF program from being scrapped off again by the courts and to enable legislators continue with the development initiatives. The proposal, if approved, will see the allocation increase to 5% of the national revenue from the current 2.5%. Now, Samuel Njoroge is the new clerk of the National Assembly and will hold the position for the next 5 years. Njoroge was appointed by the clerk by a deeply divided House, which forced members to vote manually. Njoroge garnering 162 votes against 94 that opposed his appointment, now takes over from Sarah Kioko, who has been acting as clerk since the tenure of Michael Sialai ended. According to the Parliamentary Service Commission, 48 Kenyans applied for the position, but only 4 were shortlisted. Still in Parliament, and legislators can now start occupying the new built Parliament towers worth about 8 billion shillings. According to communication by Speaker Moses Wetangula, National Assembly members will occupy the 280 offices of the 331 available in the building. According to the communication by Wetangula, priority will be given to the leadership of the House, starting with the deputy whips, chairperson of the committees and vice chairs, members of the Speaker's panel, and those serving more than one term. And Governor Kawira Mwangaza will have to go back to the drawing board and submit new names of CECs to the County Assembly for vetting after members of the County Assembly rejected 7 out of the 10 nominees she had picked to sit in her cabinet. In a move likely to scale up the row between pitting the governor and the County Assembly, the MCAs only approved 3 of the CECs, that is for education, public service and finance dockets.
This Honorable Assembly rejects the nomination of Mr. Murungi James Mudhomi, the nominee for the position of County Executive Committee member in charge of the Department of Roads, Energy and Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, the report that has been read by the majority leader binds all of us as members of the Committee on Appointment, and urge the members to look at it and support even the ones that we have got from our able Honorable Governor, who said that he wants merit in this great county where everybody will be judged by what he or she can do and not what he or she knows.
The few who have not made it, they live to fight another day. And Mr. Speaker, I urge the Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza to expeditiously go and come up with another list.
Let's talk about matters education, where the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms has kicked off public engagements with the tour of the Central Region in Nyeri County. The team, led by Professor Stephen Kiama, said that they are not only collecting views on CBC alone, but they will be collecting views on education reforms from ECDE to adult education. Speaking in Olkalao Secondary School, Kiama said that Nyandara people have shown concern for education, and the main issues raised by parents and other education stakeholders in Nyandara was whether the children should remain in primary school or transition to secondary school after grade 6. He added that the task force wants something that will bring real transformation in the country, not education with an end to itself, but an education that transforms the way we live. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri. Wacha nikuambie, hakuna traffic sahi. Hakuna. But the situation starts building up, of course, on the main culprits as we know them, the Thika Superhighway and Jogoo Road and Outer Ring Road. Outer Ring Road is clear until the Kangundo Road junction. Mombasa Road, as you approach Mara Daima, it's busy actually at this point. It's busy at that point. And also Mombasa Road in Mlolongo, it's also busy. No, in Syokimau specifically, it's also busy. But nothing major, nothing really blocking movement. So let's see how it'll be looking like in about half an hour.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room,
So
the
let's start
only
the
way
day.
to
Good
start
morning.
your day.
How are you doing? Welcome to Wednesday, the second day of November 2022. City,
Yes,
how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Karibu bwana.
Thank you very much. Inaonekana hii mfumo wa baridi na mvua umetufikia.
We are back there.
Yes, we're back there. But it always bothers me when I look at the rain in the same way that the drought has bothered me. There are all these blessings that are coming down from on high. Were we prepared to take full advantage of them? That little detail, because it'll come, it'll go, but it doesn't come and go only. It comes and washes away things as well.
Yeah. In fact, the saddest part is the harm that is coming with the current rainfall.
Yeah.
Like I was telling you, when I went past into Machakos, the hilly sides of Machakos, going into the hilly sides of
We
Makueni,
went to Wote, I am aware.
and you can see those steepy slopes.
Yes.
People have cut trees.
Oh dear.
So the soil is exposed. Now you can imagine when it starts raining and it rains for a couple of hours, all the topsoil is
Gone.
Gone. It's
Gone.
the first thing that's happening.
Gone.
Because you can basically just see, you can see hill. You can clearly see there used to be trees here, but they're not trees. So the amount of destruction that's going to happen before we even start seeing, before whatever has been planted starts sprouting.
Planted, sprouting. When that topsoil is washed, what then do you need to do to the soil in order to make it viable for growing?
Yeah. But also, mostly, we just pray that this rain is actually raining in also other parts of the country where it's needed, right? Like we've been looking at the stories that are coming out of Kajiado, with all these the farmers who are taking their emaciated cows to the market and goats, and they're just saying, it's okay, you can give me 500 bob, take the cow. And basically what you're seeing is you're hoping that somebody who is able to buy these can then go and take them somewhere else where they have a feedlot of sorts.
There are people who actually do that business. They know, they prepare. Now, the very thing they're doing is what we've been asking, can the governments do this? Now, agriculture, if I'm not wrong, is devolved.
Yes.
Now, if you come from a county where a very large number of the population are pastoralists, surely should this not be not just a concern, but something that you give priority? Because it isn't as though we don't have the land. No. But this thing we keep talking about, this thing that involves planning for the future, this thing that involves finding a remedy, because it's this year in, year out.
Same story.
Yes, year in, year out. This is our third year of devolved governments. And we're still talking about the same thing. God knows how many billions, hundreds of billions of shillings later.
Hey. Anyway, welcome to the conversation, everybody. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. So we'll have a number of guests at 7, at 8, at 9. Let's start with the 7 o'clock conversation. Saving for retirement. This is a hot topic currently everywhere, starting from State House, coming to your home. Saving for retirement. We'll be talking to Senior Supervision Officer for Retirement Benefits Authority, Bosco Gisher, who will be joining us at 7 o'clock to have that conversation about saving for retirement. Remember, let's just put it in context. President William Ruto wants you to start saving 6% of your income towards NSSF. And then you can also think of any other retirement benefit scheme that you want to join and put in money there. He says, let us start saving properly for retirement. So let's have the conversation with somebody from the Retirement Benefits Authority, which is the regulator for all benefit schemes, retirement schemes across the country, including the NSSF. 8 o'clock, we're just talking about drought and the situation in the country and the dire straits that people are actually facing. People are not eating. People are watching as their livestock is basically dying, their livelihoods are decimated, and the Kenya Red Cross has been very, very, very active in this country for many years on alleviating such problems. The current Secretary General is Dr. Asha Mohammed. She will be joining us at 8 a.m. to talk about the mitigating hunger and the worsening drought in the country. That is 8 o'clock. Keep it here for that. 9 o'clock, we bring in the issue of accountability and holding the government accountable and keeping it in check. The NARC Kenya party leader, who is a member of the Azimio National Leadership, the Honorable Martha Karua, will be in the studio at 9 a.m. today. And we will be talking about what we have seen, especially with the DCI and the DPP, where the DPP has come out and just saying, you know what, the DCI is the reason why some of these cases are just collapsing. Criminal cases collapsing. And he says, because the investigating agency did not do its job. We have not heard from George Kinoti. And it's good that we hear from George Kinoti. It's important that he comes out and speaks. However, where does the buck stop when we see cases collapsing because of shoddy investigation and poorly commenced prosecutions? Where does the buck stop?
You know, you could even ask the question, because we keep hearing the story of shoddy investigations.
Yeah.
Are all those investigations really shoddy? I mean, if we were to probe and if we were to question everything that we hear, then we must question everything that we hear.
Yes.
And everything that we read. When you say shoddy, what do you
what does shoddy
mean? If it doesn't meet the threshold, what was the threshold and how did it not meet that threshold? Yes.
Yep. So Martha Karua at 9 o'clock, keep it here for that. Okay? We are live streaming the show. 16 minutes after 6. We're online. Let us know where you are tuned in from. Just hop onto our Twitter page, SpiceFM KE, our Twitter account, Facebook page, SpiceFM KE, or on YouTube as well, SpiceFM KE, and we will be sampling your salams and where you're tuned in from. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there'll be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
Things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
Every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so it's raining now in Nairobi. Expect light rain Through the day today, highs of 23 Nairobi. Raining also in Mombasa, highs of 29. Raining in Malindi, highs of 30. No rain in Kisumu, mostly cloudy day at 29. No rain in Nakuru. Clear skies at 23. Light rain in Nyeri at 21. Kakamega, cloudy day at 27. Eldoret, clear skies at 23. Kampala, clear skies at 26. Dar es Salaam, sunny day at 31. Johannesburg, light rain at 16. Kinshasa, light rain at 30. Lagos, clear skies at 32. And London, clear skies at 16. New York, clear at 19. Paris, clear at 16. Beijing, sunny day at 14.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
6, who is online? Let me tell you. Ben Lung says, good morning, guys. Tuned in as usual from Kaptembo in Nakuru County. Idawa France says, good morning. Mombasa is locked in. James Mulikimanzi, hello, guys. Watching you from Palms Resort and Apartments, Nyali, Mombasa. Martin Wandei, good morning from Gigiri. Claire Fazanam, good morning from Kolwen, Nyakach Sub-County. Robert Mogo tuned in from Mombasa. Collins Kipsat, good morning. Have a great one. You too, Robert. Collins, Emmons Freeman Kimilili listening. City, your jacket. Pesa ngapi? Uliza pesa wewe.
Anauliza pesa.
Uliza pesa wewe. Utaweza kweli. Emmanuel Achayo, Gem Karariu is listening. Opundo, Dominic Opundo. Morning, Kenya's biggest conversation. Dennis wa Mulkwijit Kapenguria inasikiliza. Karibu sana from Kapenguria. James Mulikimanzi watching from Mombasa. We've said Bosi Kiamutugu, good morning. Bewa Macha, good morning from Macha. Dennis, we've said keyboard, Wawerwa keyboard is tuned in. Marcus Gavi in Kisumu tuned in. Jonathan Kadenge, good morning. Tuned in from Tindret. Dominic Jabuto, tukombele pamoja. Ondicho, good morning. Charles Luanga Ogato from Nyeri County. Well, good morning. Winnie Nanyu is also tuned in. Harrison Waiganjon Dorito Nanyuki is listening. From Zimmerman, Nairobi, Ogero Edinson, good morning. It's a good morning when rightfully done. That's a great opening line, guys. Streaming in from Goa City, the city in the sun, in India. TJ Apache. William Munga. Good morning, good people watching from Nairobi. Thanks to God for the showers of the rain. I hope this will give pasture to the dying livestock in the country. We all pray for this. Good morning, guys. 96.7 tuned in from Bungoma. That's Tietie. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Andrew Franklin, where are you? That was earlier. So you were awake like 3-4 hours ago. Did you snooze? Okay. Judhufu Gatungi Msafi, Shoiko Top, Westlands, tax drivers. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday City. We are still in Egypt.
Yes, land of the pharaohs.
Right.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eye.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eye. Whose eye?
Your own eye.
How, surely?
So you will see it because you will be told. Unajua kuna kitu kwa macho yako. You know
this is quite cryptic.
It is.
What's written on the brow will be seen by the eye.
Yes.
Ngumu sana hii.
That's ini probably wajua.
Ngumu sana hii bana. Da.
Ndio hivyo.
Tutachambua as we go on.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the newspaper headlines. Shall we, please? Yes, and as we do that, reminding you to go to theroom.com. At The Room Global, that is the place where you go to find what? The best tech talent in the country. At The Room Global. Follow them on Twitter. Theroom.com. That's the website. Log in and check them out. Headlines, front page of the Standard today. You have the Standard.
I do.
Tell us, what's on the front page?
Kinoti left exposed in shake-up.
Kinoti.
Yeah, headline. Big picture of Kinoti in deep thought. The ground beneath former DCI boss George Kinoti is shifting fast. That's how it says. A section of the men he commanded are in custody as investigations into their operations gather pace. Yesterday, his successor Mohammed Amin dispersed the last of his allies, including the officer who admitted framing DP Gachagua at his behest to far-flung areas.
Whoa.
That is the headline. And then the headline at the top of the paper, not so large in print, the lawmakers begin fight to rescue CDF. $2 shortage risks foreign investment. KQ standoff escalates. World Cup stars to watch. Then, at the National, shocking details on Mama Lucy Hospital. That one we will talk about in detail. And then, this one now, tragedy of all tragedies, death to Dida. Dida is not a human being. Dida is an elephant. A matriarch. Tsavo National Park, one of Africa's largest elephants, died. And they say Dida died of old age. And they estimate her age to be between 50 to 60 years of age. Or should I say 60 to 65? 50 ni yangu. Ameandika 60 to 65.
60 to 65.
Yes. She died naturally of old age, they say.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, she lived a long life.
And they say that an elephant living beyond the age of 50 is a rare feat.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is one of those.
Yes. I wonder why we never report when tortoises die. But anyway.
The one at Bamburi, at Hala Park in Bamburi. Still alive. What was his name?
Which one?
There was that very old Mzee. Actually, I think it's called Mzee.
I'm not sure.
At Hala Park.
I'm not sure. Yes. I'm not sure. I'm not certain.
Okay, we'll find out.
We will in due course.
Let me tell you the front page of the Nation, okay? Big headline, 50 days of Ruto regime. Today marks the 51st day.
The 51th.
It marks the 51st day of the William Ruto era, and amidst the optimism of a new regime and the pregnant promise of a reorganized government lies the hopes and fears of millions of Kenyans caught in the whirlpool of tough economic times. How he navigates the oil crisis, the taxation headache, and the state capture probe will plot the trajectory of his first 100 days in office. That's what it says. And start looking at the various issues. But timing or not, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC Plus, has announced plans to increase the pain at the pump after it agreed to cut global production by 2 million barrels a day. Pressure from US President Joe Biden on Saudi Arabia seems not to be moving anywhere. That means that, unlike in other nations, the president's promise of cheaper fuel might not happen anytime soon. That's number one. State capture. The president said, Nikiweka Biblia chini hivi, pap, give me 30 days. I will commence a proper probe onto this state capture story. So we are talking about it being the 51st day.
Right.
30 days past 21 days ago.
Right.
Have you heard anything about a probe into state capture?
I think these ones one doesn't hear. One ways to see, but go on.
Right. That is one. Cost of living. Last month, Kenya recorded the highest inflation in more than 30 years, 9.8%, on the back of high cost of food and rent. What's he going to do about it? He has asked for a year.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Fuel crisis. Higher fuel prices on withdrawal of the subsidies means the president is taking the gamble of letting the market adjust itself. Will the market adjust itself? More taxes, new levies, NHIF, NSSF, supported by Kotu's Francis Atwoli, mean workers will take home less pay, therefore having to tighten their belts. Nikubaya. 50 days of the Ruto presidency. The other big story that's being highlighted on the front page of the Nation is a life of misery for Kenya's poor cancer patients. And it looks at, you are diagnosed with cancer. No, first of all, you have the symptoms of cancer. You go to hospital. They need to conduct tests. so then they can come up with a diagnosis for cancer. It's costly. That alone throws you off.
Yes.
You are diagnosed with cancer, you need to go into treatment. That is also costly. That again throws you off. So the Nation has done this big story on page 10, and they're saying, look, you are poor and then you get cancer. Life of misery. There's another big story there that they have. It's a sensational, nice story on page 2 of the Nation today. Lawyer Abdul Nasir Abdullahi and lawyer Donald Kipkorir in ugly court battle.
Drama.
Tan, 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 tan.
This is definitely drama.
Tan, tan, tan.
There's a lot of sparring between these two in social media. So now they've decided to bring it out into the open. Huh?
Yes.
So now the courts will have.
That's it.
Well, again, I wonder. People who are in the social media realm as much as these two individuals are, okay? I wonder. I wonder because...
What do you wonder?
I wonder what this court issue is all about.
Okay. Can I read you the story? Let's
If
just
you
do
could
this
read me
one.
the story.
Like a light one, so that we check
read the story
traffic.
because I
Okay?
need to understand. Yes.
So, lawyer Donald Kipkorir is a senior lawyer, all right?
Right here.
Lawyer Abdul Nasir Abdullahi
He's a
is
senior
lawyer. And in fact, he's been bestowed by the Law Society of Kenya the title of Senior Counsel. And he's the chairman of those senior counsel people. Okay? Yes. Now, extortion, blackmail, intimidation, and professional misconduct are among the explosive claims cited in what is shaping up into an epic battle between two senior lawyers who have a huge following on Twitter and other social media platforms. In documents filed at the High Court in Milimani, Senior Counsel Nasir Abdullahi accuses Donald Kipkorir of publishing defamatory and libelous claims against him, a claim Kipkorir denies. The judiciary has also been sucked into the legal showdown between the two lawyers, as judges are subject of some of the allegedly offending and defamatory tweets, which also involve claims of bribery. Nasir Abdullahi has 1.9 million followers on Twitter. Donald Kipkorir has 1.3 million followers on Twitter. How many do you have?
I'm not even sure if they're 10.
Okay. So, Nasir is accusing Donald of defaming him through a Twitter by alleging that he was blackmailing judges, sitting in the JSC, and betraying clients by switching sides in cases. Abdullahi says that Kipkorir defamed him through two tweets published on March 5th, 2022, by linking him to professional misconduct and kidnappings of foreigners by a terrorist group. Way. Now, Abdullahi has a lawyer called Omwanza Ombati, and he has gone to court and says Kipkorir's Twitter account published the allegedly libelous tweets to disparage him in his profession and business as an advocate and senior counsel. Mr. Kipkorir denies that the tweets are defamatory, libelous, and scandalous, claiming Abdullahi has also used his Twitter accounts to abuse, intimidate, defame, and threaten him. He says Nasir Abdullahi is undeserving of any award of damages in the suit. So, this is what lawyer Donald Kipkorir says. The said tweets are factual, and the defense of truth and justification will be mounted. The tweets are a correct description of the plaintiff's personal character, professional profile, and pedigree as a lawyer. In his rebuttal to accusations of tainting Abdullahi's professional profile, lawyer Kipkorir claims that the plaintiff has demonstrated a peculiar fecundity to attack, damage, and spoil the reputation of judges of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the High Court, lawyers, and members of the public. He tweets with reckless abandon. He has an uncontrolled and acerbic tongue. That's what Kipkorir says at the Grand Mullah. In a further response through his lawyer, Peter Wanyama, Donald claims Abdullahi had in January and November 2021 circulated defamatory tweets directed at judges. He adds that Abdullahi was the broker between a terrorist group and families of kidnapped foreigners. Another claim that the former chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya used his magazines, the Nairobi Law Monthly and the Nairobi Business Monthly, to intimidate, blackmail, and extort money from CEOs of state corporations. They go on and on and on and on and on. And Abdullahi is saying, look, This man posted, published and circulated the offending tweets in his personal Twitter account, knowing the same to be false, with the sole object of discrediting, embarrassing and lowering Abdullahi's dignity in his capacity as a respected member of society and advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Ask your questions now.
Well, it's more of a statement than a question.
Okay.
It's like the very same thing that these two are always sparring about has now gone to court. That's how I see it. Because it isn't the first time these two have sparred. The only difference is that one has now gone to court over it. So, is it to simply continue with this attention-seeking behavior that the two have, feeling that they must comment on everything under the sun, okay, and give their opinion? It's a path they have chosen, and if this is where it has taken them, because they have an opinion about everything, they have an opinion about people, they have an opinion. It is their right to do so. Now, somewhere along the line, when you comment so often, you are going to comment about someone, about something, and someone will take offense. It's just a question of time. Now, as to whether this thing is something that the courts will consider to be court-worthy, we will see, won't we?
Yep.
Yes.
Case
But
continues.
meanwhile, as it continues, the discussion around them continues.
Yep.
So it's good publicity for the two of them.
It is.
Yes.
It is. And they still continue tweeting and commenting on
They continue tweeting and commenting and tweeting and commenting and tweeting and commenting.
26 minutes to 7. Let's take a quick break. Take a look at the traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
Since about shipping up.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the sheep in the bathtub? Or
the sheep man.
One of Talam used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a sheep. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the sheep or sheep goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mombasa Road heading towards town as you approach General Motors. There's a roundabout there. It's an underpass into Likoni Road. It doesn't lead you to Likoni Road. It's basically a U-turn. If you're coming from Mombasa Road and you'd like to go to City Cabanas or you go to Imara Daima, you come and U-turn there in a roundabout. If you're coming from this side of the Standard Group Center, you want to go to Hard Town, you go to the roundabout to do a U-turn. What madness is I don't know, man. Anyway, so because of that, there's always some traffic build-up, Imara Daima into this roundabout, General Motors. Thika Superhighway, how's it looking? Yeah, it started doing its usual thing. Kiambu Road and Thika Superhighway, busy as you get to the Muthaiga interchange. But of course, after that, Muranga Road is clear. Jogoo Road, not bad. The only issue is Makadara Hamza. And you know why? Because of the bumps. Other roads are looking good. Let's see how they'll be looking like at 7.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
What is that you're reading?
I'm looking at two things here in the Business Daily. The headline in the Business Daily. Koinange family in legal row over village market.
So the village market?
Yes. This
or market in the village?
That shopping mall thing called village market.
The village market?
Yes.
Okay.
That up market, village market, shopping mall, tribe hotel, that complex.
That one?
Yes. Apparently, the children of a former PC, Provincial Commissioner, a gentleman by the name of Charles Karua Koinange, have gone to court and they want them to be declared the owners of that property, and they also want to evict Green Hill Investments, which are associated with the mall and whose owners own the mall.
Wow.
Yes, they're saying they never transferred that piece of land.
It was their land.
It was their land. And the only statement that has come from the legal party that represents Green Hill was they bought the land.
Okay.
But now the interesting twist is now they want the auditor, they want now Attorney General, Register of Lands to be enjoined in this. Clearly, someone needs to explain something here because
nilienda kuangalia beacon nikapata mall.
Yes. Nikashtuka. Because when we last checked, and as evidence, they've moved in 1983 lease saying, this is our land.
That particular piece of land
this is our land.
And they have nothing to show that, they received money or they
tried or they sold it. Because them, as far they don't know, they didn't sell. So can this be
They found a mall and 2 hotels in that property. There's a Tribe Hotel and what's the other one called?
I'm trying to remember the name. But yes, very swanky establishment.
Yes. Well, trademark.
See?
Yes. Hey?
Okay,
Soma story, please.
Right. Okay. The children of former Provincial Commissioner Charles Karuga want the court to declare them owners of the property and evict Green Hill Investments, which owns the mall and is associated with Eshambi Brothers. They claim the owners of the Village Market and Tribe Hotel must have acquired the title to the land fraudulently and should therefore be evicted and made to pay them damages for illegal occupation or compensation at the current market rates. This is going to be interesting.
Continue.
The Koinange family wants 8.5 billion. Let me just start again.
You want how much?
The Koinange, that's why I took a pause. I said, let me read this thing. You don't want to make a mistake with these figures. Wow. The Koinange family wants the 8.5 billion loan that Green Hill tapped from KCB to develop Village Market to be declared invalid. This is where now my not understanding comes in. You got a loan invalid. They already have it. Okay, fine. That's what you want. I'm sure those who know how to invalidate these things will tell us how it's done. Green Hill reckons the state records show they own the prime land and has petitioned the High Court to enjoin the land registrar in the suit to indicate the owners of the property. Built nearly 3 decades ago, which is true, the Village Market was one of the first shopping malls in Nairobi. It started out as 10 shops, continued to expand, and has remained a popular venue over the years with hundreds of outlets.
Like even these people, surely. They're saying it is
So
the mall and Kinayaya Center and Kinasarit Center are not considered malls.
By
If
the
this
way,
one started with 10 shops, how many shops were at the mall?
And also, the father died. The patriarch died in 2004. Okay, that's 18 years ago. Right? So these 18 years, what has been happening?
Continue.
Right. Koinange, this is the one which I want. The land is valued at 1.6 billion, underlining the stakes in the property battle that has been keenly watched by bankers. The Koinanges want vacant possession of the land. Sisi
tunataka shamba.
Yes, nyinyi hii maleno it's okay, just chukua
hoteli peleka mahali utapeleka.
Hii building yote toa hii pia weka mahali utaweka sawa. Hiyo ni yenu, sisi hatuna haja nayo. Sisi tunataka shamba. They'll even ask for the coffee tree. That's ile kahawa ambayo liko hapa tunataka. Okay, it's original state. Right. Now, the Shami brothers, Abbas and the elders Meharaz, an architect, and Ahmed the youngest, have enjoyed this particular property and the benefits for those 3 decades. Yeah, but they invested in it. That's why they're enjoying it. Remember, after Sarit, we didn't understand malls. These days, everybody understands malls. Even I understand it. Okay? And I am not a measure of understanding when it comes to such matters. In those days, who understood it? The Village Market. You say, so you want me to leave to drive to go where to do what? And pass all these shops.
There's Sarit, there's Yaya, there's the mall.
And then I pass all these, and then I go, now here.
Why?
They were visionaries. Right.
That's an interesting one.
Lakini hii tuache namna hii kwa sababu I'm sure it is also going to do what? Yeah. But while we are at it, let me just mention something that may be of interest to our listeners so they understand when you hear of the billions, the value and the cost of land in some of these high price areas. In where? In Nairobi.
Okay.
Price per acre. Okay, just estimated market value price.
Around that area of Kagigiri like this.
Westlands. Okay, Westlands, 438 million per acre. Just mentioned Kilimani, 403 million per acre. Kileleshwa, 301 million per acre. Lavington, 231 million per acre. Gigiri, not Girigiri, Gigiri, 229 million per acre. Spring Valley, 201 million per acre. Muthaiga, 201 million per acre. Nyeri, 114 million. Kitisuru, 95 million. Ratio, 89 million. Runda, 86 million. Ridgeways, 78 million. Langata, 69 million. Donholm, 69 million. Karen, 65 million.
So badala ya kununua eka moja hapo Westlands, you go to
Karen. You know, Karen is near Kajiado, Baba. Okay.
Overlooking Gong Hills and all. Nunua eka 4.
Ukae vizuri. Cheze football jioni.
Na farasi weke 2.
Kama 3.
Kimbia hapo nje.
Na ngombe na kuku hapo nyuma.
Surely.
Oh, hi. Right.
That one? Okay, let's watch it unfold. Let me tell you about a Sacco. There's a Sacco called Metropolitan Sacco. The members of Metropolitan Sacco are mostly civil servants, teachers, and others. Okay?
Wengine.
But the main majority of the membership of this Metropolitan Sacco is civil teachers and civil servants. The Board of Management of the troubled Metropolitan National Sacco Limited has been replaced with a caretaker committee to pave way for deeper investigations after an audit revealed massive irregularities. A probe ordered by the Commissioner of Cooperatives, David Obonyo, in April has unearthed irregularities such as fictitious dividend payments, manipulation of financial books, and irregular lending. Sounds big, right? Let me give you the details. Questionable transactions, including 49 million shillings in M-Pesa transactions by a single teller at the Sacco's Nakuru branch, and an overstatement of the institution's premier loan facility by an excess of 7 billion shillings due to suspected disbursements to non-existent members are some of the malpractices that have been exposed. Umeelewa hiyo? There's a teller, one particular teller, in one branch in Nakuru. That one particular teller transacted 49 million shillings via M-Pesa. One teller.
Okay.
Not in a single day, over some time.
Transacted on behalf of the clients.
Yes. Then the loan book shows some loans amounting to some amount of money. It is 7 billion shillings more than what can actually be verified.
How much?
7 billion shillings more than is actually in the book. Member City Muga member 005000 came and took a loan of X amount. It's in the books. Member Eric Latif came and took a loan of X. If we count those, the amount of money that has been lent to members, and then you look at how much money has gone out as loans, there's some 7 billion shillings that we cannot find. And the suspicion here is there are some people who are not members of this Sacco who
borrow from this Sacco.
Who have been borrowing from this Sacco.
Should we say who have been doing business with the Sacco?
Yeah. The audit further revealed that the management of the Sacco, which draws its membership from teachers and civil servants, hoodwinked members with false dividend payments despite non-existent surplus reserves from which such disbursements are made. The fake dividends were paid out of the members' savings. At the end of the year, Sacco declares dividends or not, based on, so this is the kind of business that we had. From your deposits, we don't touch deposits. It is from the excesses. We give out loans, we have invested, for example, in this and the other, and it's brought in returns. So the returns, that's why we look at calculating dividend. We calculate dividend, we give to members. It turns out there was no return. So just to keep members happy, they declared a dividend. You know where the money was coming from? Your own savings.
Is that not really very clever?
The management could also not explain why its cumulative assets was stated at 28 billion shillings, yet the external auditors had established that they were slightly above 14 billion shillings. 14 times 2? 28. So, auditor comes, auditor does the audit, auditor brings the report. You guys are worth 14 billion shillings. Management is like 14 times 2, 28. Where can your number? And be members. Additionally, the audit revealed that some 490 million non-performing loans were irregularly dished out to its employees, while its branches in Kiambu, Thika and Kisumu could not account for funds totaling 176 million shillings. Following the damning findings, the audit recommended the disbandment of the board, investigations of the Nakuru branch teller, and officers who falsified the loan book be held accountable. Probe continues. Nikubaya.
Well, the people who have been told to step aside are the ones who are responsible for running the organization. So one could actually argue that they're the ones who ought to explain. But in a country where a sweeper and a messenger can do business worth hundreds of millions with an institution that has a commissioner, has a warden, has all these officials, and in an era where people complain about not being paid by the government, and this individual has been paid, I wouldn't just leave it at the doorstep of the management. It never really is, because the management don't do the day-to-day nitty-gritty work. So for them, if indeed the allegations are such that they're being considered to be culpable, who else? The people who are responsible. Yes, and the problem with this is those processors see that loophole. They also now
they exploit it.
They exploit it fully.
With wanton abandon.
Yes, they do.
Reckless abandon.
With reckless abandon, yes, because it's a leeway. Once that leeway is presented, they know bus. Here, this is excellent.
Why?
Yes.
Tell us the story of Mama Lucy. You promised to do that. It's on the Nation. It's on the Standard.
You know, the story of Mama Lucy. It's a tragic one. It's tragic in this sense, huh?
Yeah.
We are being told about somebody who went to seek care that hospitals are supposed to provide.
You're in the Nation. It's on page 12.
Yes.
Page 12 of the Nation and page 14 of the Nation as well.
The Standard, you mean?
Nation.
Yes.
Page 10 of Standard.
So you go to hospital, and for one of the things that are of considerable joy to most people, you are anticipating the birth of a child.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's not just a child, it's twins, children. But now problems arise because you go in, a cesarean section is conducted, and then complications arise. And you come from a clinic, you are referred to Mama Lucy. You go to Mama Lucy, they say these complications are a bit tricky. You are then referred to level 5 Kiambu. Now, all these things are happening, and the net result is before you get to Kiambu, this lady who had a problem passes away. Now you ask, okay, I have fast-tracked the whole story, but you want to ask yourself, Mama Lucy is a big hospital.
Yeah.
Why would Mama Lucy want to refer to Kiambu? What is it that they couldn't handle or couldn't manage that made them want to transfer this particular lady? What is it? You have to ask the question. Yes, a clinic can't handle the delivery and the birth of children. That one we understand. Okay? If it was a health center, health centers have that capacity. But what is it that takes these number of hours, Eric, okay, from the time these people actually go to hospital, all right? Ukipiga hesabu, okay? Mama says, okay, hii kitu mimi naona kwamba niende hospitali, si ndio?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a probe that is being conducted by the Senate.
Yes, it is.
And the widower was there narrating the ordeal.
There's one Mr. Omondi.
Okay. Let me give you the chronology as you look into the details of the story, then you can give us in detail how it happened, according to this chronology published in The Nation. On September 6th, Maureen is referred to Mama Lucy from Kayole DO Clinic, where she was taken when she went into labor around 7 p.m. on September 6th. Around 10:45 p.m., the husband Omondi and his wife arrive at Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. September 7th, 6:45 a.m., Maureen is taken for a cesarean section. 8 a.m., she delivers 2 healthy baby boys. 12:45 p.m., Omondi is joined by Maureen's sister, Rose. 4 p.m., Maureen's condition worsens. She's already delivered. She delivered at around 8 a.m.
Yes.
We're talking about 4 p.m., her condition worsens. What condition? At 8 p.m., she is referred to the Kiambu Level 5 hospital, but they have to wait for an ambulance. September 8th, the following day, they lose their way to the hospital, but eventually arrive at the hospital at 1:10 a.m. So they are referred to Kiambu at 8 p.m. They have to wait for an ambulance. They arrive at 1 a.m. that night. 7 a.m., she dies. And Omondi is informed 2 hours later at 9 a.m.
So the saga starts at 10:45 p.m. 10:45.
When they arrive at Mama Lucy.
Yes. But it be 11:45, 12:45. We go to, there's something which doesn't add up here. Huh?
There's a lot because
count the hours. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours later is when her condition worsens. Okay? Now, what is it that they could not do at Mama Lucy that then mandated that they should transfer her? That's the question one has to ask. Because this hospital, I'm sure, has a record of very many deliveries that they have conducted.
Yes.
Cesareans, because they did conduct the cesarean. There are very many instances when they have done what needs to be done, and the danger that eventually led to the death of this lady didn't occur. So on this particular occasion,
what exactly is it that led to this?
Yes, because I'm also asking, is it something that happened on that particular day, or is it a condition the hospital has been in over a period of time? And what we are seeing is a culmination of it.
Yeah.
Is it that they don't have enough members of staff? Is it that they don't have the commodities that are required? Is it that too many people go to that hospital so that the healthcare workers are overwhelmed completely and they do not know what to do? What is it? Remember, these are stories that every once in a while one even hears of Kenyatta.
Yep.
This is a referral hospital, and people go there as the first healthcare facility of choice.
Yep.
And yet it's a referral hospital. So you wonder, what happened to the other health facilities that they should have gone to? Because that's a national referral hospital, not even a county, national referral. And because it's a hospital, they will not turn you away. But that really isn't actually their mandate, not really.
In the case of this one, so they started at a local clinic in Kayole. People at the clinicians at that clinic look and they see, okay, this one, because you're expecting twins and you've been coming here for the care, we refer you to Mama Lucy. They're admitted to Mama Lucy. Then she delivers at Mama Lucy. Then her condition deteriorates. Whatever happens there at Mama Lucy, then that needs them to be removed from Mama Lucy to be taken to Kiambu. Those are issues that, are emerging in this particular now inquiry that's been conducted by the Senate. And because of that, there's another separate story that says senators are then recommending that Mama Lucy be closed temporarily.
And why do they say that? And what will happen when it's closed?
They're saying, so we close it so that then we can address all the issues affecting this facility.
No, I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. Expert that they are. Close it so that you can address the issues. So
what happens to the people who
exactly
are there?
And are you looking to find what the issues are, or the issues in a hospital arise because people go there?
Yeah.
You see what the problem is, and then you are in a better position to determine how to solve it. You close it, then what?
I think that there's something also that's missing here, and because this story has been written in the Standard before, it has been covered in the media before, it has been brought to the attention of the governor, now to the attention of the Senate, we are not hearing the voices of those who are in charge of healthcare in Nairobi County. We should be hearing the voices of, for example, Dr. Uma Oluga. Is he going to be invited to appear before the Senate to speak? He's been the officer in charge of health. Are we going to hear from the medical superintendent in charge of Mama Lucy Hospital? Are we going to hear from others? Because it's important that we understand what exactly is it that is ailing this hospital that needs to be fixed, Because if we focus on the individuals, we may miss a big point. We may just see here, everybody. In fact, I saw the Nairobi senator saying we need to investigate everybody from the person in charge of the facility to the cleaner of the facility. Look at their qualifications. Really?
These people have been working in the hospital all this time. Now, this is the time you feel you need to look into this. Really?
You will find that they're qualified. And then what? Do you address the issue? Are you suggesting that the issue is human and goes beyond, does not go beyond that? Maybe. I think the Senate should, now that it's opened this door, they should go deeper and address what exactly is ailing the health sector.
When you read the story of how Mr. Mundi was attending to his wife and he noticed the drip, whatever the saline in that drip had actually
run out.
And if anything, there was a backflow of blood from the wife so he removed it. And he tells the story of how he tried to sort of like stem the flow of that blood using cotton wool and doing something or the other. He also says there were some medics who were just passing by. Now, a hospital situation where there's an emergency, it may appear that person is just passing by, but they're actually going to deal with something else. And somebody else will probably see that. However, it was seen, people started attending to it. Complications arise in hospitals. That's why people go to hospitals. And the reason why you have trained personnel is you hope that these are people who will have the wherewithal to be able to deal with the situations. Okay? Now, the question about human error will always linger in such cases, especially when there's a death. But what about all the other
factors
that are required for health care services to be what they're supposed to be?
Which is where those who know, the person in charge of Mama Lucy Hospital needs to come out and speak.
They should.
Dr. Umo Luga needs to come out and speak and say, this is the situation that we are in, and this is the way forward. Address the systemic problem. It's not, I don't think it's a human problem.
No, it isn't. Eric, do you remember a time when these problems were constant in many of our hospitals, and then they ceased? What happened? Or they were reduced significantly? What was done to reduce this? Yes.
Anyway, let's see how this one pans out. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. In the next hour, we talk about saving for retirement. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The drought ravaging the northern, eastern and sections of central part of Kenya is expected to intensify during this month. The Kenya Meteorological Services says the phenomenon will persist due to depressed rainfall that will be experienced over the period. The agency's director, David Gikungu, says that below average rainfall may lead to an increase in the ongoing resource-based conflicts among the farming and pastoral communities. This as the government tries to find ways to reduce the effects of the drought, with the president announcing new allocation of 2 billion shillings for food relief to counties affected by the severe drought. This comes after previous allocation of 3.2 billion shillings allocation for the purchase of relief food. Now, the drought being experienced in the country continues to affect different aspects of the society, with the wildlife also bearing the brunt of the same. An elephant lost its life in Meru County's Imenti Forest owing to starvation and exhaustion. The elephant reportedly collapsed and was being tended to by officials from the Shedrick Wildlife Trust and gave it a shot of glucose in a bid to resuscitate it, but their efforts are futile. It finally passed away as residents of Nchoroiboro village, who decried the effects of drought currently ravaging parts of the country, thronged the area armed with machetes in an attempt to slaughter the animal, according to residents. The case is not isolated, since in the past few months, reports of elephants starving to death within the area have been on an upward trajectory. Now, Kerio Valley Development Authority has constructed dams and water ponds in the Rift Valley region to boost water harvesting as a way of mitigating the effects of drought. Residents in the region have welcomed the intervention, saying it will end the fight for water resources between humans and wild animals. 2 water ponds and subsurface dams are being constructed in the North Rift region to serve residents and their livestock. Karua Valley Development Authority Managing Director Sami Naporos observed that 50 million shillings has been set aside for the projects in Samburu County, adding that the authority has embarked on formulating long-term drought mitigation measures. This even as the weather forecast indicates that most parts of the country are likely to have a late onset on early cessation of rainfall. Highland east of the Rift Valley continues, including the Nairobi area. Onset dates are on 4th week of October to the 1st week of November, and cessation dates are the 3rd to 4th week of December this year. Now, members of Parliament have started revising the laws to restore the Constituency Development Fund. Matungulu Member of Parliament Stephen Mule and his Gishugi counterpart Robert Gishumu presented the 2022 Amendment Bill on NGCDF. The discussion of the bill begins today. In the bill, the MPs want senators to be allocated development fund similar to MPs through the national government. The amendment aims to protect the CDF program from being scrapped off again by the court, and to enable legislators continue with their development initiatives. The proposals, if approved, will see the allocation increased to 5% of the national revenue from the current 2.5%. And Samuel Njoroge is the new clerk of the National Assembly and will hold the position for the next 5 years. Njoroge was appointed by the clerk in a deeply divided house which forced members to vote manually. Njoroge garnering 162 votes against 94 that opposed his appointment, and now takes over from Sarah Kyoko, who has been acting as clerk since the tenure of Michael Sialai ended. According to the Parliamentary Service Commission, 48 Kenyans applied for the position, but only 4 were shortlisted. Still on the corridors within Parliament, and legislators can now start occupying the newly built Parliament Towers worth about 8 billion shillings. According to communication by Speaker Moses Wetangula, National Assembly members will occupy 280 offices of the 331 available in the building. According to the communication by Wetangula, priority will be given to the leadership of the House, starting with the deputy whips, chairperson of the committees and vice chairs, members of the speaker's panel, and those serving more than 1 term. And Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza will have to go back to the drawing board and submit new names of CECs to the County Assembly for vetting after members of the County Assembly rejected 7 out of 10 nominees she had picked to sit in her cabinet.
This Honorable Assembly rejects the nomination of Mr. Murungi James Mudhomi, the nominee for the position of County Executive Committee member.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseda. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Peak traffic hour is approaching. It's already begun, actually. If you look at Jogoo Road, the area around Makadara into Hamza, heading towards town, into the Likoni Junction, it's busy. It's really, really busy. Donholm, Savannah Road, approaching Outer Ring, turn-off and interchange, it's also busy. Thika Superhighway, should I tell you about this? Okay, let me just do that. So it's not so bad because it's only stretching as far back as Utalii into the area of Survey and KCA University. But then Kiambu Road, it stretches all the way into Pipeline Estate and the environs heading in towards town. It gets very, very busy at the Muthaiga interchange, and then after that, of course, it clears up. Limuru Road is also very busy between the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th Parklands Avenues. Mombasa Road heading towards town, it's busy at the Imara Daima area, but then it moves after that. Langata Road heading towards town is not so bad. It's only busy as you get into Mombasa Road and Aerodrome Road. Langata Road into Mbagathi today is looking good. Ngong Road is not looking bad at all. Just the issues at the lights. Obey the traffic lights. You will move, don't worry. It's 8 minutes after 7. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the second day of November 2022. Bwana, the days are flying, man.
We're in January, as far as I'm concerned. When
Like
we get to November, this month is going to be on speed dial. Before you know it, it's December, and then you're thinking January.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Gafla bin vu.
That's really what's going to happen.
Hey. You know the one I'm feeling sorry for is the president. Eh?
Why?
William Ruto. Not really sorry, but I'm just feeling the pressure on his behalf.
Which pressure is this?
Ay, bwana. Of governing the country and meeting expectations.
Is that not the job of the president?
That's the job. I'm just feeling the pressure on his behalf. I'm like, hey, maybe siwezi taka hiyo kazi. It's 51 days into office, and we are already in 2nd day of November.
Yes.
In about 3.5 weeks' time, people will be like, boss, it's December 1st. Hustler Fund ulisemaje?
Well, that's not the only thing.
In 3 weeks' time. Count from that very, very fast. 40 weeks. And we are back to October. Well, mzee, it's 1 year. You said 1 year. Cost of living. Bei ya unga.
Yes, and now if you're talking about unga and you talk about fuel, OPEC are set to, and have agreed that they're going to reduce the production of petroleum, now, or rather of oil. Now, the moment you reduce production, it means the commodity becomes scarce.
Restrict demand, supply.
And the demand is where it is, the price will automatically go up.
Where?
And we will feel it almost immediately.
Where? Hey.
If we've been feeling this without OPEC's intervention, now what happens when now OPEC actually officially do that? What do you think is going to happen to our fuel?
Ay, bwana, sasa tufanye nini bwana? Anyway, since you're rais, you tell us the day's proverb.
Right. What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eye.
What is
written on
the brow? Brow ni nini?
Same way.
Yeah. Will be seen by whose eye?
The eye. Now that's a question really, because this is a proverb. Remember, you know, people tell you, so-and-so, you look like you're worried. So what is it that they're looking at? Usually they're not looking at your chest. They're looking at your face. And the focus is on your brow. There's something about maybe your brow has creased. Maybe your eyes look a bit tired. Say, no, you know, it's just that I slept late. Say, no, this goes beyond sleeping late. Nishida gani? That's the next question they ask. Now, usually when such a question is asked, it's not as though they want you to sit them down for an hour and explain about all your trouble and tribulations. You're supposed to be a gentle person and say, kusema kweli si shida. Niko tu sawa. Yeah, that is a good response.
But when you start, say, no.
Hey, bwana, kwanza last week. Hey, no.
That's not the reason we were asking.
So
we didn't want to know, really.
Not really. We just want to show concern, and we expect you to be gentle enough to respond in the affirmative that you're well.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eye.
Yes, not necessarily. You know, when we started, I said your own eyes. But you will see it in the eyes of others.
Through the eyes of others.
Yes, that's how I see it. And someone else will see it, but you'll see it through their eyes. If you've ever been hospitalized, one of the things that is very worrying are the people who come to see you. People, I think we believe as Africans that when you go to hospital, you must have a certain demeanor. First of all, you bend slightly and you look remorseful. Now, the patient is looking and saying, hey, am I this sick? Am I about to expire? Because this person is really looking worried. And you, the patient, may not be as worried as this person is. So, yeah.
Let's talk about saving for retirement. Bosco Gisheo is the Senior Supervision Officer at the Retirement Benefits Authority. Bosco, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
The hot seat of the Situation Room. That proverb, does it make sense to you?
A lot of sense.
Okay.
A lot of sense.
What's your interpretation of it?
Actually, because you see, they say the road to the inner use through the eyes. So I think you're very right. That there were hangers who started to do that, say the truth. Because even right now, if I want to know how you were, even in terms of savings, I just need to look at your face.
You can tell.
You can tell.
Huyo mtu ana kakitu.
Yes. Amana kakitu.
Mtu amejihami.
Yeah.
Okay. Saving for retirement. We started by looking at, it's just 51 days into President William Ruto's administration. He's been talking almost every day, almost speaking himself hoarse on the issue of retirement and saving for retirement, saying, like, look, let's increase our culture for savings. He is looking at NSSF as one way. We'll talk about NSSF later, but also about saving. As the Retirement Benefits Authority, you're established by law to regulate retirement benefit schemes and funds and whatever else they are. Tell us about the work that you do.
Our main work, basically, is to supervise or regulate the like, what can I call it? You can say the establishment and the administration of retirement benefit schemes, because these are actually the vehicles through which we save for that retirement. Our other key function now is to protect the interests of the members who are now saving into the schemes and the sponsor, who are majorly employers who start these schemes. Nowadays, we've even gone to an extent where we have individual saving vehicles, like individual pension plans. So we have those who set it up. So these interests have to be safeguarded. And how? Through us, and that is through the making of the necessary legislative apparatus. We advise the CS National Treasury on matters relating to pension. Yeah, and then we are also now the implementers, because the law is there, the regulations are there, so we do our best. We don't just do our best. I think it's on record that if there's one place where people are almost sure, I'll use the word almost because it's never absolute, is that your pension funds are always secure, always secure.
According to the law, is saving for retirement mandatory, or is it something that you volunteer to do?
It's two ways. For NSSF, because it's it's statutory, and in a way it is compulsory for all citizens. Particularly if you're employed, automatically you have to contribute to NSSF. Then the other side of it is voluntary in terms of setting it up. Employers voluntarily set up retirement benefits schemes, and we assist and guide them through this. Actually, part of our function also, key mandate, is to develop the industry by reaching out and trying to inculcate that, spreading that gospel of saving for retirement. Yes. So,
and one of the things about saving for retirement, just walk us through this. Money is deducted.
Yes.
The sum isn't a huge amount to jump up and down with. When that figure was set, how long ago was that figure set?
Which figure?
The statutory deductions
of NSSF.
NSSF, yes, because that's the one which has a large cross-cutting area of operation.
The 200 shillings.
Precisely. That's why I said a paltry sum.
Yeah, just call it as it is. You say it's 200.
Right, 200
but of course, there's that debate of we should increase it, which we all agree. Yeah.
But when was it set? I'm going somewhere with my question, because at the time it was set, it must have served a purpose. It must have been seen to be relevant to the needs, isn't it?
Yes.
So when was it set?
I would not know the specific year, but it was way before even my time. I'm sure.
It was around. Let's call it the independence. Okay. Because it existed even in colonial time.
At the birth of Kenya.
At the birth of Kenya. Let's call it that. Okay. Now, surely, over the years, you as a supervising authority, what have you done to make these deductions relevant? Because if I work, say, for 20, 30, 40 years, and I'm paying 200, my employer is supposed to pay what exactly? An equivalent amount?
Yeah, it's another 200. So
it's 400. Yeah. So I want us to do the maths. 400 shillings per month. Per year, how much is it? 4,800 shillings.
Yeah.
Right? Multiply that by 10 years.
By 10 years.
48,000 shillings. Multiply that by another 10 years. 96,000 shillings. Right? That's 20 years. Now, for it to get to 100,000, I need to have worked steadily for 30 years. Now, in 30 years' time, what I end up getting is 144,000 shillings.
144,000.
Now, 144,000 shillings. That is the total lump sum that I'm getting. In retirement, when I need the money, my health is failing. I have demands on. What is this money supposed to do for me?
Well, just for a little benefit, there's also a little investment income in that. But over and above NSSF, because you're saying that is the minimum, like statutory. And
that's the one the majority of the people
are. That is true. And you see, it's not like there have not been efforts. Because you remember there was that bill that came, but I'm sure the relevant stakeholders.
Talk now is that they have reached an agreement. The stakeholders, FKE, COTU, NSSF board itself.
Yes.
Okay.
And they've given a nod.
Yep.
We're told.
Go up by 6%. So beyond this that you're saying, so there is NSSF, but then you also have other options of saving for retirement.
Yes.
And saving for retirement is not necessarily just putting money in a pension scheme. It goes beyond that. So what else is it that one can do to work towards their retirement?
Well, you've correctly put it. It's beyond, let me put it like putting money in a scheme, in a retirement benefit scheme. And you can save in various vehicles. And I know Kenyans are very creative when it comes to this. We have Saccos. We have even saving through insurance. And, products like life insurance, that is saving. Protecting the assets that you have, that is also saving. So these are various ways where one can actually put their money. Even property, because there are people who will tell you that I'd rather buy a building or put up a house or rentals to guarantee some income. That's also a form of saving in its own way. We have the money markets. Now, right now, I know it's a big thing. People are going there. So there are various ways of saving. And it's all, again, determined by what are your goals. Or what is it? Where do you want to go? So that now at least what you're doing is targeted. So, you can actually combine all these forms of saving.
And have them as well.
I
think the big thing that people have in their mind, when you think about saving, you're thinking about getting this into 20, 30 year, 40 year period. It's the assurance that what you're putting in is also safe, because it's not something that you're going to go tomorrow and withdraw and access tomorrow. You're basically putting this, saving this for many years down the road. Now, I'm sure that's the job of RBA to make sure that these schemes that are established are healthy enough to be alive at that moment when I come calling and say, you know what, now I'm at that point of retirement and I need the money out. So what is it that you do to make sure that this remain going concerns?
We do actually what we'd call a risk-based supervision. So on a daily basis, all schemes that are registered by us, we have to monitor. How are they investing? We have to monitor the contributions. Are they coming in? Because sometimes you'll find situations where you've been told you'll earn a pension, but your employer is not remitting. So we ensure this is done. The investment is done. Then at the payout phase, we also make sure that you actually receive what is due to you. And normally we say this, ideally, within law, should be within 30 days once you've provided everything that you need. That is required to process your payment. You also have the liberty. If you're moving from one employer to another, or you can actually move your funds, you can let them remain where you are, and we watch over this. The other way we assure that what you have is safeguarded is actually through education as well, because lack of knowledge sometimes is what is a problem. People now have a perception that it's not safe. But once you come to know where you're keeping, because in our sector, I normally say that we are one of the most heavily regulated, because for our service providers, the people who are taking care of the pension, it's normally like we can call it a triangle, because in most cases you'll have a fund manager, you'll have a custodian where the money is, who keep the money. You then have the trustees who are like the owners of the scheme. And you have administrators. Most of the time they do the day-to-day running of the scheme. So all these are regulated. And you'll find that most of the time, each entity is regulated by RBA and either CMA, RBA and IRA, RBA and Central Bank. So, probabilities of it going wrong are clearly very slim. But what I'd also like to state is, if anyone is ever told that we are giving you a retirement product, something that is geared towards saving for your retirement, one thing you have to find out is, are they regulated by RBA? So that we don't have imposters out there. We've had situations where people have been promised a pension. They come to us and we realize that scheme is non-existent. It was never even registered with us. So you see now, that also puts it, but there are few. It's not happened so much, but it's something I like to stress on. Anything retirement, check.
Make sure that it's under RBA.
RBA, yeah.
How many schemes are under your supervision at present?
At present, the active ones are roughly around 1,300.
1,300.
Yes.
Active pension schemes.
Yeah.
Okay. What is inactive?
Okay, inactive. We have schemes that were there, but we call them closed schemes, in that people are no longer contributing into them. Yeah. So
by design?
Yes. You'd find probably, if it's an employer, they ceased operations.
Okay.
But the people have still left, the funds are still left in there. And yeah. And most of the time, it's very hard that, say, if an employer set up a scheme and then they, everything disappears because the employer ceased operation, that your retirement money disappears because the scheme remains. Remember, it's formed under trust. So it will be there. Within our files, we still monitor.
Okay.
So before this scheme is wound up, or it's, in a layman's language, we close this scheme and say, this one now is done. We have to look for all the members, all the contributors. Because in schemes, you also have people who defer. Like they will leave and their money is still in the scheme.
Yeah.
So someone goes for greener pastures, even goes abroad, leaves their money there, then they come back. So before we close that scheme, we make sure that there's that tracing element. We look for the person, the member, and if we can't trace that, then there should be beneficiaries. And we always insist people should also nominate their beneficiaries, have it listed, so that with the contacts that people can follow. But in case it's difficult, we have normally advertised. The schemes will normally even advertise on papers, try to get them. Worst case scenario, you can't trace anyone. That's when now we transfer to Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. So it's very hard for that money to just get lost.
To get lost. City ask.
My concern isn't the money getting lost. I don't think it can get lost, really. Money never does. Just people take it. People misappropriate it. They do strange things with it. But a saving scheme is for people who are saving.
Yes.
Now, the stories, specifically, I am on the case of NSSF. Yes. Because insurance companies tend to be very informative. If you're saving with them, they always inform you. In fact, sometimes you wish they would stop informing you. They are always sending you this message and sending you that message.
Statement.
Yes, and telling you you can do this on this date. They keep you informed.
They're obligated, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is NSSF obligated?
NSSF is actually regulated by RBA as well.
Are they obligated to inform you?
To inform, yes. And I can say without fear of contradiction that they've upped their game. You can actually check your balance through your phone of your NSSF. It's only that I don't know the short code, but it's there.
It's in the public domain.
Yes.
I know it is there. Yeah. I am coming from the standpoint of the many news items, the many complaints that one reads about regarding retirement benefits.
Yes.
Specifically NSSF, where someone retired, they've gone, they keep coming, the money is not forthcoming, it is delayed. Now, if they have upped their game, as you say, I would assume that they would inform you that your dues are ready for collection. that if indeed, or they would say, send us the details of your bank so that we can start forwarding your dues. Something of that sort.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, one doesn't hear very many stories of this because they have been there for the longest time and they probably have more members. No, probably. They most certainly, definitively have more members saving with them than some of the other schemes. Now, surely, should these people not be informed? And specifically when you consider that when one retires, one probably needs that money more than at any other time of their lives.
That is very true.
Yes.
And one of the, I think, the best things I think NSSF has done is also establish their presence countrywide, not just in offices, in Huduma centers, because you rightfully put it, they serve the biggest majority. Even those who are not, within like these urban settings. Probably those who don't even, the modern gadgets and communication are not too available for them. What I can say is, I'm sure about, is when it comes to the payment process now, you cannot compare it with how it was 10 years ago, 5 years ago. The complaints, from where we sit, because we also receive complaints. From NSSF, we can see the reduction has been drastic.
What if those who are complaining have died? They can't possibly be complaining because when you're dead...
Now, when you're dead, you can't, but you can complain through your beneficiaries. Your beneficiaries.
I cut you short. I apologize. Now,
Sorry.
There was something you wanted to say, yes.
Yeah. So in that aspect, the information bit, one thing I think Kenyans should also know is that NSSF is also mandated, say, to hold an AGM, which they do, publish their annual audited accounts, which is done. I know we'll say, but most Kenyans, but this is where we start. Because much as we like to throw it to NSSF, we also have an obligation as members, because we also have rights to, because you rightly put in it, can NSSF now come with the way I can get my statement? Because them informing, assuming, say, 3 million Kenyans that, you're about to retire in 3 months, give us this, I think it's also our duty. Can we make sure our records with NSSF are also proper?
Up to date.
Because there are also some employers by there who don't remit.
Yes, and even if you move services within the government, you will find that sometimes whatever deductions have been there have not been remitted, and you'll find NSF have no clue that you even contributed anything.
Yep.
Actually, they do. Their statements are normally very comprehensive.
They can show that there's a gap.
There is a gap.
I'm saying,
yes.
That's what I'm saying, that they will tell you, because somewhere along the line, because you moved, the deductions were made. But it is clear that money didn't get to them. Yes.
But as it is, I'll now, yes, we can move historically, but sometimes if we dwell on what went wrong, we might never get right.
You see, I'm at that age where, as a contributor to NSSF of many years, what you hear me saying is because I have followed up with NSSF to find out. So I am actually narrating the experience I have had without referring to myself. Okay, you will get a printout. There is no problem. Very quick. Okay. As for, but I used to work here, and there's this.
There's a gap.
No, they're given forms. Go back, take it to them, let them fill it in, let them bring it back. That's a good step. But I am saying, you see, I happen to be here.
So the question actually I see here is, and maybe you can respond after the break, is how do you make sure that you are also making sure that your statement is up to date regularly? I know I am being deducted by my employer
because I can see
it's on my payslip. Can I then also check whether the employer has remitted to NSSF? And what recourse do I have if I find that I have been deducted but my NSSF statement does not reflect the deductions and my contribution to NSSF? What is the recourse? Tell us about this after we take this break. So,
all right.
Okay. So we're having a conversation with Bosco Gishero. Bosco is the Senior Supervision Officer at the Retirement Benefits Authority. We are talking about saving for retirement, the journey towards saving for retirement. As we talk about that as well, let's talk about owning a home. And you'll tell us about whether we can use pensions to own homes, right?
Great.
There's something called the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. The Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company is basically an entity set up in law, just like the RBA and others, and it has government in it. It has 9 banks in it. It has 11 Saccos in it. It is then also supported by the World Bank, by the Africa Development Bank, and by Shelter Afrique, reputable organizations. What they do is when you go to any of those 9 banks or 11 Saccos and ask for a home loan supported by KMRC, they are able to give you a home loan at less than 10%, which is going to be fixed for the entire duration of your tenure, which can go up to 25 years. Choose how long you want to pay. So instead of paying rent today, how about you pay rent towards owning your own home? Because rent yako, keja yako. 27 to 8. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We know it is cold, but Cold Stone Creamery has hot deals for you. This month, enjoy cups of rich and creamy ice cream, delicious ice cream cakes, and fresh oven-baked cakes at amazing prices. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge in your favorite treats. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Let me tell you about the weather today. Nairobi, expect light rain through the day, highs of 23. Mombasa, rain showers in the day today, highs of 29. Malindi, light rain at 30. That should stretch to our friends in Magarini as well. Kisumu, no rain for you. Partly sunny day, highs of 29. Nakuru, sunny day, highs of 23. Nyeri, light rain at 21. Kakamega, partly sunny at 27. Eldoret, sunny day at 24. Dar es Salaam, sunny at 31. Johannesburg, South Africa, light rain at 17. Kampala, light rain as well at 27. Lagos, Nigeria, light rain at 32. Kinshasa, light rain at 30. Everywhere else is raining apart from Kisumu and Nakuru. Oh yeah. Okay, New York, clear skies at 22. London, cloudy at 16. Beijing, sunny at 15. And Paris, cloudy at 16.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so you are on Jago Road. You are coming from anywhere. Donholm, you've just joined through Manyanja Road as well. You're getting onto Jago Road. It gets busy from Donholm itself, through into Buruburu, into Makadara Hamza, into Maringo, into Njiwa Road, all the way to the Likoni Junction. And then it clears up slightly, and then you get to the Lusaka Junction as well at City Stadium, busy into Landis Road. Thika Superhighway, let me tell you how far it stretches. It goes all the way beyond what? It goes all the way past TRM and Kasarani Complex. So the traffic today from Thika Superhighway is actually starting at TRM, coming towards town at this particular point in time. And then also it's busy on Outer Ring Road near the area of Babadogo. It's busy. Kiambu Road is busy. What's happening on Limuru Road? It's also busy. What are people doing? They're trying to use other routes to get towards Limuru Road. That is getting into through Kitisuru and others. Ngong Road heading towards town is busy just as you get to the lights and as you get to the City Mortuary roundabout. Langata Road is also busy. Anything that we need to talk about, let's know about it. Spice FM KE on Twitter. Good morning. Be patient. We'll get there.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
2 minutes to 8. The conversation continues with Bosco Kisheo. He's a senior supervision officer at the Retirement Benefits Authority. We'd asked you a question before we took a break.
Yes, and you also talked of the rain. I don't know the other saying. You say you save for a rainy day.
Save for a rainy day.
But rainy days are good. I mean, it should have been saved for a dry.
Anyway, boss.
Okay. Yes,
yes, once you realize that you have gaps in your statement, and we're talking here NSSF party in particular.
Yep.
First point of stop is NSSF itself. And I know they have mechanisms of how to follow it up. However, if you're not satisfied with what has been done or it's not been resolved, then RBA is your ultimate stop. And you can be sure we'll take it up. And we always try to resolve such matters in shortest time possible. 30 days max on the outside. And because, it's critical. If you have been contributing, that's the accumulation phase.
Yeah.
You've done your duty. Then someone else also needs to take responsibility for the next phase.
To do their duty.
Yeah.
Now, that is NSSF, which is statutory. These are the schemes that are established by the employer.
Yes.
So the employer has established a pension scheme and they're saying, let's contribute towards this. I'll be deducting you and I'll also be contributing some bit for you into this pension scheme. But who is the owner of the pension scheme? The employer. And then that employer is not contributing to that pension scheme.
Point of correction first.
Okay.
We are learning, so it's not a problem. The owner of the scheme
is not the employer.
Is not the employer. What they do is actually establish the scheme.
Okay.
The scheme then, the owners are people we call trustees. And these are people who now run that scheme. It's just like a company where you have, that board of directors who are registered.
Who appoints the trustees?
The trustees, there's a point who was appointed by the sponsor, who's the employer. By the way, we patented that name sponsor. We started using it in 2000. So I know the Kenyan context can be different. So when you hear me say sponsor a lot.
Which is synonymous with a blessing.
So they can appoint up to half the number of trustees. In most cases, trustees, the maximum we have is 9 in any scheme.
Okay.
We normally say a minimum of 4. Then members who are now, the contributors elect also their representative to that board.
So half come from the sponsor.
Yes.
The other half come from the contributor.
Okay. And where it is more, the number is odd, then the higher number should be from the contributor, the members.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, these are the legal owners of the scheme. Once a scheme is set up, it is a different entity from
the company. Okay.
So if you're in Standard Media, for example, you'll have Standard Media as the group, right? Then you'll have Standard Media Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme.
Yes.
Totally different entity. Governed now by the RBA Act.
Okay.
Yes. So the trustees will be running the show. They'll be running the day-to-day affairs of the scheme, determining what happens. Then there's a very critical document, which is like the constitution that sets up the scheme. It's called a trust deed and rules. And anyone who's in a scheme should be conversant with this document because now it stipulates everything that happens within the scheme. As a member, what are your rights and obligations? What happens to you? What are the contribution rates? It spells down all these things. Yeah. What are the obligations of the trustees? What's the obligation of the sponsor? It's all there in the trust deed and rules.
So this is like the memorandum
of
an articles of association for this specific scheme.
Yes.
It could vary from scheme to scheme.
True.
Depending on what the owners decided to do with it.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I find that I'm contributing to XXX staff retirement benefit scheme and they have not been remitting, who do we go for?
The person to go for first is the trustee, of course, because the trustee is supposed to ensure that the contributions actually go in. You deducted at source that payroll. It's run.
Yeah.
So once they're at the payroll point, they've shown we've deducted this. Has it got to the scheme? And it's the duty of the trustees to ensure that this actually happens every month.
And when it doesn't happen, what happens?
They're supposed to report it to RBA.
And then what happens?
What happens is RBA then will, even before they do that, they're supposed to take it up with the employer, the sponsor, and follow up and take all the necessary measures to ensure that, you can engage your employer. Because, it's not adversarial.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because they have other issues. We cannot just assume out of the blues they've just decided this month you're not giving you anything. So there's that engagement, which sometimes is quite interesting because you find either the CEO or the CFO actually sits in the board of trustees, and then they're in financial difficulty. The law even allows for them, trustees, to even take the employer to court to compel them to get. But now we've even, there's been some amendments to the Act, where I know you've heard about this, where KRA can be appointed. Trustees can appoint KRA to now follow up on
to enforce collection.
Yes, we know. And
we know that's a job KRA does very well.
They are good partners. Yes. So, because what we want to do is, if there is a mechanism where now we can be able to get this, even if it's sometimes going to the extent of making sure, because some employers, let's just be honest, some are just that we don't want to give it.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they even have something they can give the scheme in return. Because what we are telling even the employers, economic times sometimes get very hard, is you can negotiate. We can talk with your members, talk with RBA. This is where we are.
Right
can
now, our financial situation will not really leave us in a good stead if we continue remitting this.
Yes.
But that talking culture where the talk is primarily centered on speaking the truth as it exists, is it something that we find common? Because if you start with the leadership, the political leadership, it's a fairly scarce commodity at that particular level. And so if you now come to the common mwananchi and following that example, it's likely to be also scarce because as we're discussing, it seems straightforward. Why don't you tell folks, come, this is a situation, this is what we're doing, this is what we think. But it rarely happens. Because if it did, would we have all these outbursts and court cases and what have you?
You're really putting me on the spot because yes, it is. It's true. Actually, our culture is such that and especially matters money. We are never sincere. When we want to put our net worth, we exaggerate it.
Of course.
When it comes now to, okay, you owe me, then it's issues, it goes down. So it's true. It cuts across even with employers. Sometimes there are those who are not sincere. But you see the beauty, why trustees, a scheme is the best place now to have those negotiations. You have representation from both sides.
From both sides.
They sit in that board. So you are here, you're telling us there's no money. And sometimes, let me leak some secrets. Sometimes they even told, employee to come and tell you, these guys, there is money coming from here. So they should not tell you there is no money. Because they're the ones bringing it in.
You know where the problem arises, is when you look at stories like the one we're talking about this morning with my colleague Eric, of a certain Sacco. And you find that there are all sorts of discrepancies with the asset base, what they've lent out, what they declare. I mean, there are too many moving parts and they're not sure how it is they fit together, and yet they're supposed to be the same organization. What am I saying? I'm saying that even if they're trustees, even if they're all these individuals and safeguards, if there's a benefit to be derived when you're sitting at that level, the likelihood of all these people colluding is high. I'm not saying they necessarily do. I'm simply saying it is high.
There's a possibility.
There is a very, very high possibility.
And you remember how I started by saying it's not absolute.
Yes.
We do our best, but we can never say it's watertight. Yeah. But, you see, the beauty is actually we do our risk-based analysis is such that it's, it is real time. So I will know even how a scheme has been published. But even if they don't report, we can tell.
You can still tell.
Because after the first quarter, say first 3 months, the next 3 months, you'll see that pattern. You will know there is something. And then you see, we also have those, like the fund manager and the custodian. They're meant to report to RBA as well.
Who are separate entities?
They're separate entities.
So the trustees are basically just the managers.
Yes.
But the money is with custodian.
With the custodian.
The fund manager is one who
does the investment.
Investing to grow the wealth.
The wealth.
And it's a separate entity.
A separate entity.
And also managed by CMA there at that point.
CMA and RBA. And RBA. For us to renew their license, part of the things they also do, they also have to file returns with us. So you see, they'll also whistleblow because for them they're in business. They don't want to lose these. They don't want to lose this license.
So what I'm hearing you say is basically there's several safeguards
yes,
to make sure that once money goes into a retirement benefit scheme, then it does not just get played around with.
True.
Now let's talk about the job of the retirement benefit scheme to grow this pot, this kitty. Are there limitations to what they can do and what they cannot do with the money that has come in? Can they decide, wajua city, nimesikia bwana pale Magarini near Marafa Health Kitchen, shamba inapanda, we go and buy land at Health Kitchen, hoping that in 30 years time it can be a tourist attraction, global, for the benefit of our members. Are there limitations to what these fund managers cannot do?
Yes, they are actually guided. The schemes, the trustees, fund managers. We have a table in our act. We call it famously, it's known as Table G for those in the industry. So it gives guidelines on even percentages, limits, like how much can you, and the various investment classes. So like where can you invest and what are the limits? What we have as the biggest is the government bills and bonds, those securities, where for the, within the region, East Africa, a scheme can put up to 90%.
90% lending to government.
It's their discretion, like they can have that.
Okay.
Yeah. Then of course you have the
because
equities.
They consider it to be
safest.
It's safest. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. And then there is, you have the equities, you have the rates, you have all these classes. Property, but property, of course, we've capped that one. I'll say at 30%. So
going into property has been capped at 30,
and RBA also has to. For the past few, like from last year, we have to approve for that case of property. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you don't just go and, the craze of Caproti and you do not even know who is selling to who. So that, we actually safeguard our people.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is that guideline. And then schemes are also expected to come up with the guideline, what we call an investment policy statement, which is revised
the individual scheme.
Individual.
So you essentially they present it to you in advance.
Yes.
Until this is how we.
Then they will give you their strategic, what they think is their strategic allocation, what they're intending to do, so they can play within those ranges. So anytime it goes above, if they will invest in a certain asset class and it goes above what is allowed, it will always show a red flag. So it'll be able to come to you and tell you why.
Bosco.
Yes.
Now that you say that there's a cap, especially when it goes to real estate, the president hosted you people in State House the other day. The pension schemes.
Saying that with a smile.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And the insurance companies.
Yes.
And he was enticing you to invest in real estate. There's already a cap. I can imagine that many of these pension schemes have already gone as close as possible to that cap. Is there room really for more investment towards this affordable housing scheme?
I remember when you started, you also said saving. How can people save? We save in various ways. A scheme can also invest in various ways. And one of them, and I think the president is actually right. One thing I'm very happy is that he follows pensions and the savings. And I think it sets the tone. Let's give credit there.
At that national level.
Yeah. Because we're now seeing the importance. Because one thing, they normally say tax and death are the two most sure things we have, right? The other one is definitely retirement. You will retire at some point, even if it's self-employed. Nafika mahali, your body just says, no, enough. This is it. So you need to, and by the way, people now are living longer. You know, before we used to be told our life expectancy as Kenyans was 49, I don't know, for men. Men were always in trouble.
With good reason.
With good reason. So now, I mean, so now you'll find you are actually probably living longer than when we are working. Because if you get into employment at 25, you retire at 60. So that's 35 years.
Yeah.
If God gives you a good life and strength, you die at 90. That is like 30 years again.
Imagine.
And you know, there's a serious addiction we have. It's called the salary.
Yes.
That's a very bad addiction. So imagine you want to live 30 years and you have nothing to go back to.
Monthly.
So now...
Bosco has gotten to the heart of the matter. You see, as an authority, this very thing, you've actually gotten to the heart of the matter. How then do you ensure that what one gets at retirement is commensurate with the cost of living? Because if that conversation isn't had, then this saving will not make sense to the person who is saving for retirement.
I'll tie that to what Eric had asked. I'm not running away from the question of the housing and investment. Actually, you'll see, like currently, the inflation rate is high. Like probably it's surpassing the interest. The interest rates that you're getting. But the beauty with retirement, the investments in retirement, it's long term. Yeah, so it can be able to go through the waves. Yes, by the time you got there. And, you know, we say ours, it normally has that compounding effect. You're almost guaranteed. Because what we aim at is that income replacement ratio. That you should have at least 60%. You should, actually everybody should aim at this. If I don't know where yours is, but if you're earning 100,000.
One will tell you on air so that the whole country can hear.
Okay. Tell me after this. So you see, once you've ensured you have that replacement ratio, you can almost be guaranteed. And we've come up with products, say like the post-retirement medical fund, because medical inflation is even higher than our normal inflation. So, you know, and at retirement, one of the biggest expenses is medical. So how can you now save separately within the fund for medical? So you're already taking care of your medical, so that whatever you'll have left is just for your use and eating. And that forms part of investments, how it's done. So now when you come back to, say, the housing question, and by the way, I know even where I grew up, when guys were retiring, the first thing they were doing with the lump sum is going back to their roots, shags, to build a home. And by the time someone is even getting to the roof, all the money is gone. So, you know, it's actually, it's satirical, it's comical, but it's the truth. It's what is happening. So now how do we invest in the house without really pulling the resources from the scheme? One of the ways is now, as being part of government, you know, this is when you're talking of affordable housing, saying that actually we can allow members to take part of what they're saving for retirement without compromising the fundamental aim of, you know, what you earn at retirement, to now put it to enable you to get a house, a residential house. Yeah. So within the affordable housing space, then you can be able to actually use up to 40% of your savings in a scheme, or a maximum of 7 million as it is right now, to purchase a house. Through the affordable housing, it will even make more sense, because we know the costs of houses. I mean, in Kenya right now, I don't know whether they are real or imagined, but we know where our housing pricing is. Yes. So with this, if someone can be able to now get part of this fund to secure this, and the advantages, of course, afforded by the affordable housing. Yeah, what is it called? That tax, the stamp duty.
Yep.
You know, when you're getting through that, one, it's waived, right? So you have these advantages. If you combine that and what you're getting from pension, it's not perfect. I'm not saying we are there yet.
But it's a journey.
It's a journey.
It's a sure journey towards making sure that by the time you retire, you already have a home
somewhere.
And then so the lump sum that you receive, then you can put into something else.
Something else.
So you have a home, and you've also put some money aside for medical. At retirement. Now the other money will be for your subsistence.
You can go for a holiday. Even Kenyans can start going to...
Well, most of us, when you go on holiday, we go shags.
Okay, now in that shags, now you can have a home that is palatial. By the way, holidays are always shags.
And you come back from that holiday more tired.
You're tired.
than when you actually left.
Oh, so tired.
By the way, Bosco, Dr. Timothy Olwen says hello. He's listening.
Great. It's been a journey.
Yes.
My big brother.
Yes.
Right.
And they've helped me through the saving journey. I am who I am because of them. Yeah, thank you.
Bosco,
yes,
we thank you very much for joining us today and for shedding light. And please come again so we can keep. Now we are in this space. We, like you said, the president is setting the tone at that level, talking about pension, savings, ownership of homes, investment. So I think we also now need to pick up that mantle and keep talking about it and asking the question, so then we can also hold him accountable with knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's the importance of having these conversations.
True.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bosco,
actually,
final comment.
I like to telling, especially the young ones like us, the youth. You hustle while they party, work while they sleep, and you live like they dream.
Way. Hustle while they party, work while they sleep, live while they dream.
Speak in rhyme all the
time. Bosco Gisheo is a senior supervision officer at the Retirement Benefits Authority. We've been talking about the benefits of saving for retirement and what you need to do about that. In the next hour, we talk about the mitigating efforts being made on hunger and the worsening drought in Kenya. The Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross Society will be joining us. Remember, kmrc.co.ke. Talking about home ownership, please visit that website, see the participating banks and SACCOs. If one of them is yours, go to them and tell them, nataka ile deal ya KMRC. Get a home loan at less than 10% for as long as 25 years. Good morning, it's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Mama Lucy Hospital is expected to be put on the spot as it is getting a sex over the shortcomings in service delivery following complaints from members of the public. The Senate Health Committee, led by Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandagava, to make strong recommendations after hearing two families whose loved ones died in the hospital due to negligence. Robert Omondi, who is the husband of Maureen Onyango, who passed away after giving birth to twins, explained painfully how his wife was abandoned in bed bleeding profusely.
So niliacha mtoto kuja kuangalia, mkapata there's a lot of blood, and akaniambia chukua hiyo cotton wool uniingizie huko chini, of which I did 2 times. Nikatoa cotton wool tulikuwa tumebeba, nikararua, so namfunua hivi, naangalia huko chini, alafu najaribu kupress hiyo damu isitoke.
He was later informed that his wife had been transferred to the Kiambu General Hospital after failing to pay 200,000 shillings to be transferred to the referral hospital, where shortly afterwards he was informed that she had passed away.
Ile kuangalia nikasimama kwa mlango, but walikuwa mezingira that with some curtains that tungeweza ona what is going on, but you could hear the screams ya Maureen akilia. Sijui walikuwa namfanyia nini hapo ndani. Kidogo hivi wakamtoa na hiyo bed yote. Akitoka kwa mlango nilikuwa nimesimama, so akaniambia, babe, nunulia watoto 9. Hiyo ndio the last word aliniambia.
According to Mandago, they will invite the nurses and doctors of Mama Lucy Hospital to explain themselves before a decision is taken.
Kupitia taarifa ambayo tumepata kwa Robert, sisi pia kama kamati pia tunaona kutakuwa na haja kualika wale nurses na wasimamizi wa Kiambu wale walipokea mgonjwa huyo, ili pia waweze kutueleza walipokea mgonjwa akiwa kwa hali gani.
Robert's story happens while some committee members are recommending that the hospital be closed entirely. The Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms has kicked off public engagements with a tour of the central region in Nyandarua County. The team, led by Professor Stephen Kiama, has said that they are only collecting views on CBC alone, but they will be collecting views on education reforms from ECDE to adult education. Speaking in Old Kalau Secondary School, Kiama said Nyandarua people have shown concern for education, and the main issues raised by parents and other education stakeholders in Nyandarua was whether the children should remain in primary school or transition to secondary schools after grade 6. He added that the task force wants something that will bring real transformation in the country, not education with an end to itself, but an education that transforms the way we live. That exercise continues, and we continue to follow up on the recommendations being given by Kenyans across the country. You are encouraged to be part of that exercise. Now, Teacher Service Commission is set to appear before the National Assembly Education Committee over delayed promotion of teachers. Speaking after being elected as chairperson of the Education Committee, Tinderet MP Julius Meli said the committee's top agenda will be to address the welfare of teachers, particularly promotions. 10 departmental committees of the National Assembly elected their respective leadership through consensus, with each chairperson stipulating key agenda for his committee. Education Committee members unanimously elected Tinderet MP Julius Meli and will be deputized by Malava MP Maluli Injendi. And Council of Governors Chairperson Anne Waiguru has called for the alignment of donor-funded projects and programs with the county integrated development plans. Waiguru said working together and aligning all development interventions will reduce duplication and build synergies for the transformation of the country. She was addressing a huge meeting with the development partners meeting, among them ambassadors, high commissioners, mission representatives and country representatives. Waiguru noted that the meeting had come at an opportune time when the county governments are developing their county integrated development plans, which is a county planning tool that incorporates all development interventions in the country. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Thika Road and Kiambu Road, very, very, very bad this morning, which stretches into Outer Ring Road at the junction. Very, very, very bad. Now, let's look at the other part of the city. You are coming from Karen. You want to go to town, right? So you are on Gong Road, right? And you're approaching Naivasha Road at Dagoretti Corner, right? You are stuck in traffic, right? Just be patient. It's going to be moving because it's bad. I can see really, really bad around there. Kingara Road as well. It's really, really, really bad. And Getanga Road is bad. And then there is a road called Olenguroni Road. Do you know that road, City? That road stretches from Oloitoktok Road and goes into Kingara, into James Gishoro Road. It's really busy as well this morning.
It has a roundabout and it also has traffic lights.
It has. Quite busy, especially as you approach now those traffic lights at Oloitoktok Road, getting into Dennis Street Road as well, very busy. Langata Road, heading towards T-Mall Junction, very busy around Wilson Airport. And then also into Bagathi Way, very busy. Mombasa Road is busy at the usual spot, which you know what? It's that place where the Kenya National Highways Authority has decided that a U-turn is best served by a roundabout. And this is where? As General Motors. CY Levy. Anyway, anything to talk about? SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Yes. It's the second day of November 2022. 8 minutes after 8. Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This morning we've had a conversation about saving. We want to talk about we want to have a conversation about mitigating the ongoing ravaging effects of the ongoing drought and in the country. We'll soon be joined by the Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross Society, Dr. Asha Mohammed. Let's give her a moment as she gets into the studio. And then at 9 o'clock, we'll have a conversation with the Honorable Martha Karua, Senior Counsel, who is a NARC Kenya party leader and one of the leaders of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. She'll be here to talk about accountabilities, particularly on the matter of the criminal justice system. Siti Muga has the proverb, meanwhile.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eye.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eye. Is there a difference between brow and forehead?
Forehead, I think, is just this particular protruding area on your head.
Which is at the fore of your head.
Which is next to your hairline.
Right.
Brow is that surface area, which also includes the area of your eyelashes, if you have them.
So there's now a difference. So the protruding part of your head,
when someone asks you a
your head is
question,
protruding.
What you do is you say very many things. And then you ask them, essentially allowing them to pick up what they think is relevant.
And then you ask them, what do you think?
What do you think, yes. And does it make sense to you? And at the same time, your brain is on overdrive. You're figuring out, now why is this guy asking me this question so early in the morning?
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the face. So where is the brow?
If it was a vehicle, what would the brow be? The bonnet?
Eyebrows.
Would it be the windscreen? You see when you frown,
for instance, of your brow.
Let's say when you frown, what frowns? Is it your eyes? Is it your face? It's a facial expression.
Okay. Is it a face?
Yes,
or is it the brow?
Face.
Or is it the forehead?
Now you've actually gotten the heart of the matter.
Aye. Anyway, whatever is written here,
it will be seen. And it's what people look at. You see, when people talk about body language, that's really it. It is your body speaking. And
the language.
Yes, and the eye receives that communication because the eye sees and says, hapa iko shida. When they talk about the eyes being the window to the soul, eyes are extremely expressive. It's just that we don't perhaps pay enough attention to it. Our eyes will show delight. Our eyes will show fear. Our eyes will show apprehension. Our emotions play out in our eyes unless you're one of those people who has these expressionless eyes where it doesn't matter what's happening. Your eyes are just the same. Okay? But for most of us, it's the eye that is the indicator of what's actually going on in your mind and what's going on in your life, your eyes. Yes. When people say someone is downcast, what are they saying? It's the eyes. The eyes look sad. And you're asking, okay, how do eyes look sad? There's a way in which they look dejected, they look disappointed, they look forlorn. I mean, there are very many things that happen, and it's in the eye.
You can pick it up.
Yes, you look and you know. All isn't quite well in this particular Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Yes, there are issues.
All is not quite well in Kenya.
No, it isn't.
Across the Horn of Africa as well, but let's focus on Kenya because the ongoing drought has been with us for how long now? At least 4 years of failed or insufficient rain.
Yes.
And what we're seeing in various parts of the country, almost half the geographical landmass of this country is drought. Many counties and many people in those counties are facing drought. And drought here, we're talking about no rain, so therefore no food, no water and pasture for their livestock dying. Stories are emerging out of, these counties around, even the counties around Nairobi, Kajiado, into Machakos, some parts of Machakos, into some parts of Makueni, into Kitui, and then you stretch further into the coastal counties, into the northeastern counties. And what's happening, it's really, really, really bad. And people have just been talking about how can we help our brothers and sisters in the country to live with the situation that we have, to be able to survive another day. That is having a meal. That's having some water, sent to them. How can we support them? If it's livestock off-taking program, this has been rolled out by the government a number of times now. We've heard about it. Are we actually seeing the benefits of this reaching the farmers? When you see animal being taken to the market, emaciated cows, emaciated sheep and goats, and people are just saying, just give me 100 bob and take the goat. Give me 500 bob and take a cow. A cow that they would ordinarily sell for 50,000 shillings. They're willing to take 500 bob, and they want you to take it fast before it collapses, and then the value just disappears.
You know, people talk of the stock exchange and the crashing of the stock exchange. When you look at this drought situation, this is our equivalent. Because the stocks that very many Kenyans have is in livestock.
Yeah.
The stock that they have, this tradable commodity is perhaps what they have in their farms. Now, if because of drought, animals are dying, because of drought, nothing grows, it's a crash. And when the value drops to the point where it's pittance, then that thing, forget crashing, it has collapsed.
Yeah.
Yes. But the thing is, it isn't new. It's not as though this is a problem that we are encountering for the first time since the 21st century. No, it happens very, very often.
It's happened before.
It keeps sometimes, it's cyclical. On a yearly basis, there'll be this problem or the other. The only problem with this particular season we are in is not only the length of time we've had this problem, but just how far-reaching it is. And the consequences are dire. It's even worse because we have a growing population. So the numbers of people who actually need to be assisted. And now that's before you throw in the vagaries of climate change. You throw in the vagaries of COVID. You throw in all these things that are happening at the same time. So the situation, we're not just in dire straits. We are in very desperate straits.
We are.
Yes.
We are indeed. The Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross Society has arrived. She's in the studio, Dr. Asha Mohammed. Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for
Welcome
having
to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Doesn't feel hot.
Very good. It's never intended to feel hot. Never really intended. It's just meant to make you feel comfortable.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Mohammed, there's a lot of work that the Kenya Red Cross Society does. And it has done in the past when we faced similar situations. Now, let me just give a bit of a background. So last year, the president declared the ongoing drought situation a national disaster after the advice from the Drought Management Authority, after meeting with the leadership from these regions. And they said, let's mobilize resources so that we can help our people. At the point, the figure was being bandied around to about 6 billion shillings, and the government can set aside 2 billion shillings in the beginning, and then we can look for the other 4 billion shillings. Recently, this figure has moved up to, I think it's close to 8 to 10 billion shillings. You have a new patron, and this is the new president of the Republic, whom you installed yesterday at State House. What is the current figure in government circles that's required to address the ongoing situation?
Thank you, first of all, for having me. I think, of course, I cannot speak for government, but you had the president and also the deputy president, I think, in the last few days talking about, I think there was now the projection of 10 billion is the figure that government was putting out. But I also want to say that we should not also be stuck on the current figure or the number that is given today or maybe in a week's time. Why am I saying this? Because this current drought situation is very, shall I say, unpredictable in the way it is unfolding. And I just want to go back from last year when the former president declared it a national disaster. And that was in September. We were talking about 2.8 million Kenyans being affected by the drought. Today, just about a year later, we are saying we have 4.35 million Kenyans that are needing assistance. So even as the Kenya Red Cross Society, we put out an appeal through our international Red Cross system to be able to support some of the people at that particular point in time. But as time went by, that figure did not make sense anymore because the numbers continued to increase.
Yeah.
And you can see between 2.8, 4.35 within a year already, the number of people that are falling into this bracket. You have also seen how some of the counties that traditionally would not actually be considered as counties that can be affected by drought are now falling into this bracket. The Merus, Tharaka Nithis, all this kind of counties. And so for me, I think it is the kind of figure that you will have to keep adjusting
on a daily basis.
Exactly. And also, as we get to know more about what are some of the very, very deep issues that are affecting these communities. You saw, just 2 days ago when Citizen also aired this piece from Turkana. And I think Kenyans were shocked that, how is it that we are now seeing this kind of images? And my issue really is, how do we then also ensure that we get to every corner of this country to really understand what is going on? Because unfortunately, yes, we must use a system and use a standard, and so we follow the classification. That is a global standard that is used to classify and say, this county is in alarm, this is in alert, this is, I don't know. But within those same counties, sometimes actually you find you have, pockets that are really, really bad. And if you're not careful, then you could easily ignore that county. And yet then there are people who are actually going to get to the situation that we saw.
Yeah.
I give an example. Marsabit, a few months back, we had, a place called Eldoret where the malnutrition rate there was 53%. 53%. The global average that is given as already the point where you now say this is bad is 15%. And Eldoret was at 53%. But this is just a pocket within the whole
entire county.
So I think for me, this is really how I like to see this whole issue about the resourcing, and therefore looking at it as a moving target based on, because now we are dealing with different phases, I would say. We are now in an emergency phase, so we are dealing with immediate needs. But we also have to start looking at the mid to long term, because I think this is where the challenge is. That we are putting all the resources, of course, to the immediate because we have to save lives. But in so doing, we are also not being careful about putting in measures that will ensure that as people come out of that emergency phase, they have things that can help them now to sort of normalize.
Let's go sequentially.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with the emergency.
Yes.
Because today people are in this particular situation,
Yeah.
and the numbers have risen by over 2 million in just 12 months.
Yes.
And they are going to rise. You've talked about just how the information arrives at the national level so that informs the kind of response that various areas receive.
Yeah.
How is that information passed on upwards? I'm imagining a government that has presence at the lowest level, at village level. There's a village headman, there's a chief, goes all the way to a regional commissioner, goes all the way to the CS coordinating national government. I'm imagining then other agencies working, such as yourselves. Kenya Red Cross has presence across the country. There are other humanitarian agencies across the country. Is there a coordinating mechanism that is focused specifically to what's happening in the country today, where there's a dashboard that shows you this? If I zoom in to Eldoret, I'll be able to pick out the high levels of malnutrition.
I would say we have, shall I say, multiple systems that are used to actually get this information. Because, for example, you have the health facilities where then you can get the records in terms of malnutrition. But most of the times then it would maybe be only for those children that have come through the system. So how about those that don't come through the system? You have, of course, the county that has its own structure all the way to the ward. You have the national government that has its structure. Then you have, of course, national organizations and community-based organizations that are also running, other systems. But we have at the county level the county steering group, which then is supposed to comprise both the national government, county government, and other partners like ourselves, where now everything gets sort of consolidated. I think for me, the challenge really is how all this is coordinated and how all that is brought together to ensure that the picture that then is being presented and being used as the basis of even the different interventions is a full picture. And I think this is really something that I would say we are now having a very, a concerted, strong effort by the government. Even as late as yesterday and even today, we are going back into some meetings where we are all there.
Are you happy, Dr. Mohammed?
Including private sector is there.
Dr. Mohammed?
Yes.
Are you happy with the level of you've talked about the importance of coordination of these county steering
yes.
groups.
Yes.
Are you happy with the level of coordination that is currently being witnessed?
It is varied. Some counties are doing better than others. And this is where also there is a problem. And this is a discussion that has been held very openly also with government, and to say that we need to ensure that the capacity of these structures, especially at the county level where that business actually happens, has to be beefed up and it has to be enhanced, and they need to also have the necessary tools to be able to do this. One of the things we have done as Kenya Red Cross through some support of some of our partners, we are supporting some counties to set up their own emergency operation centers, because we have that experience and we have it at national level where we are even able to monitor and to pick up emergencies happening in the country. And this is one way I believe counties need to go to ensure that they can be able to pick as much information. Like you're saying, today if I'm in my office, I can, through our emergency operations center, we have cameras and we can zoom in and we can tell you there's an accident on Mombasa Road at point Flani.
Yeah.
And you send an ambulance to go and respond. And that's why we can be as fast as we can. But if we don't have such systems all over the country to be able to pick those occurrences as they happen and be able to use that data to actually inform our decisions, then a lot of it will be either from very old data, because by the time you wait for data to come from the lowest point and then you start to react, the situation could easily have changed, because that is the place we find ourselves.
This business that the Red Cross is known for is a business they've been in for a long time.
Yes.
And they're in this business globally.
Yes.
So it means, by and large, you could argue that the Red Cross are fairly well informed and they know exactly which side you should turn your head, which direction you should look at when it comes to these issues.
Mm-hmm.
But now, how well are you listened to when you come up with solutions that don't just take care of the emergency, but look to the future? Because you have this large store of knowledge, you have this large store of data, you've understood it, you've dealt with it. How well are you listened to?
That's an interesting question. I would say I think the Red Cross has been seen as an authority in terms of disaster risk management in this country, and that is why today we can sit at the level we sit in with government, with the UN, with other stakeholders, because that is how we have been placed in terms of having this knowledge and experience. I think the challenge for me is really about how we act on the information that is given. For example, with this drought, it's not even the Red Cross. We have the meteorological department, we have our climate scientists. Very early on in 2021, they started to put out information, started to put out data to say, looks like we are going into a bad situation. Looks like the rains are going to start falling. And as the Red Cross, we also started to talk about it. in the country, but also with our international partners to say there is a situation here that is unfolding. And one of the things we are really encouraging these days is to what we call anticipatory action, is that if we have the data, we have the science that something like this is going to happen, we should be able to put resources up front to mitigate so that we don't end up seeing the kind of images that we are seeing. But with that, then, the question then is, where is the resources to be able to act? Where are the frameworks that allow us to be able to put money up front to deal with these issues? And again, if I talk about the Red Cross system, for us, because of this experience and all that, internationally now we even have an emergency fund which looks at anticipatory action. So, for example, for Kenya Red Cross, we actually got some funding from our international Red Cross Secretariat to say, okay, this is an advance support for you to look at what are some of those critical measures that you need to. So information can be given, like you ask, yes. People listen, yes. But now, those that need to act where they are, then may not necessarily take it up, or may not necessarily take it as urgently as it's needed, or maybe the resources to do that is not there.
You know, you look at drought patterns in this country. What is consistent is that the areas that seem to be affected most are areas that we often refer to as areas that have been marginalized in the past. They're remote. But this current situation is unique in the sense that areas that previously didn't have that sort of problem or are not associated have now been roped in, which means it's escalating beyond the normal boundaries. Now, it's cyclical, it'll happen again. Agriculture, which we say is the mainstay of 3/4 of the population in this country, is what is most threatened by what we actually have. And when that is threatened, then I think it's not difficult to extrapolate how that comes into being. Now, Red Cross, beyond just the humanitarian aid, have also been known to have a business sense and understand how it is that you can do certain things. Stakeholder management, etc., and everything that goes along with it. Nice talk, nice even to listen to. How does the Red Cross ensure that the partnership they have with the counties, because this is the level of that conversation, going forward is something that is continuous and continues to grow? Because it isn't a one-off when we have an emergency such as this one. But the very things you say, anticipatory response, ensuring that what has happened is not repeated in the future.
No, thanks for that. And one of the things maybe I will start by saying is that for us, our relationship with the county is something that is, shall I say, it is set in the sense that we are not going anywhere, because the Kenya Red Cross is enacted through an act of parliament to be auxiliary to the national and county government. So we have that relationship already, even in law. And so for us, ours is a complementary function to complement government, especially in terms of disaster relief. So we work with all the counties. We have our branches also in 47 counties, and that is the kind of relationship we have. We also sit and even co-chair some of the structures in terms of disaster risk management. One of the things that we are actually supporting and working with county governments to assure, shall I say, sustainability of the disaster management response in the country is supporting development, for example, of policies and bills and frameworks to support that whole disaster framework, and especially the coordination function. So we have counties where we have supported them to actually pass their disaster management policies. Unfortunately, of course, we still have the national one, which is still pending. Since almost 15 years ago. And that is one of the things we are hoping that our patron can help us to push this so that there is some kind of conclusion. We know even there are countries that borrowed
a framework and an
framework
entity that deals with the disaster response.
Exactly. So this is a big issue and could help us solve a lot of our coordination issues. So I think for me, this is what I would say in terms of, yes, how are we helping to sustain? But in terms of working with counties to change some of this issue. And I want to give an example of Kitui County, where we worked with Kitui County on this issue about the food insecurity, to say growing maize in Kitui County may not be sustainable because we know of the rain pattern. And we worked together with them with the support of one of our external partners to start growing dengu. And it was actually being called the Dengue Revolution, and Honorable Charity Ngilu, really took up that initiative. And we actually ended up with farmers really having a lot of bumper harvest. The whole idea behind that was also that, yes, they would have dengue for local consumption, but it could also be for economic sense. That this is an opportunity to now even start to sell even to the other counties. So I think there are examples of how we can change some of these situations for longer term, but it requires, a real investment. And I think this is where sometimes I find we have a challenge, because when we calculate how much it will cost for the real investment, then maybe we get scared with the figures and say, oh, maybe this is too much money. So we wait until the emergency happens, we respond, but we don't know actually. And for the Red Cross movement, we have been able to also, and I think globally, the humanitarian sector, to calculate, to show that in the end, you actually end up spending more on response than you'd have spent on putting some of these long-term issues. Today we are talking about drought. The amount of money that's going into food distribution is huge, because one, food prices are high. So today, for the same amount of food that we would have bought, let's say with 1 million, we are getting 50%.
Yeah.
Then there's the logistical costs. Taking food, let's say from Nairobi here to Garissa or to Mandera by truck, by road, the personnel that have to support in the food distribution. And that's why we are also encouraging and saying we also have to change our response systems, also to take on board, you can say, technology and systems that will reduce and increase our efficiency and effectiveness. So we are actually encouraging to do more of cash where markets are available, because it's about, we use M-Pesa, load it here in Nairobi. Already the registration has been done, people's mobile numbers have been taken, and you send the money and they all receive their money on an instant. They can go to the shop, to the market, buy what they need. They have the choice. You don't have, any issues in terms of, you reduce on your
logistical and administrative expenses.
Costs, and also in terms of accountability. When you have so many people in between, so many things also can happen. So that gives you a very good system to reach people quickly, but also to give them choice and dignity, because queuing and giving people sacks of maize and beans is something I think we need to stop.
We'll talk about that after we take this break. It's 25 minutes to 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Dr. Asha Mohammed is a Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross Society. She's here with us. We're talking about mitigating hunger and the worsening drought in Kenya. How many people are in dire need of food today? 4.35 million Kenyans in almost more than half of the geographical landmass of the Republic of Kenya are hungry. Now, we don't even know whether this number is the real number, because as we are seeing, figures are just bandied left, right, and center. Let's just say that more than 4 million Kenyans are hungry today, and they need emergency support today. And beyond that, then we also need to see how do we make sure that we don't get to such a situation in the future. That's what we're discussing. TheRoom.com, have you visited them lately? TheRoom.com is a place where you go and you get the best talent vetted for you, custom to you, and working for you. What are you looking for? Are you looking for full stack software engineers, cloud developers, web developers, business intelligence analysts, financial analysts, data analysts, or virtual assistants? All of them are found in TheRoom.com. Highly qualified, highly talented, properly vetted.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there'll be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, let me tell you what's happening across the country today. Light rain in Nairobi, 23 is the highest that we're going to find in terms of degrees. Light rain showers in Mombasa, highs of 29. Malindi, light rain at 30. Nyeri, light rain at 21. And that's as far as the rain goes in the country. Kisumu, sunny at 29. Nakuru, sunny at 23. Kakamega, sunny at 27. Sunny as well in Eldoret at 24. Kampala, light rain at 27. Dar es Salaam, mostly sunny at 31. Johannesburg, light rain at 17. Kinshasa, light rain at 30. Lagos, light rain at 32. Beijing, sunny evening at 15 degrees. London, cloudy morning at 16. New York, they'll wake up to a cloudy morning and clear skies at 22. Paris, cloudy at 16. My brothers and sisters, I come to you in peace because the situation across the city today is just looking horrible. Thika Superhighway is bad. It's stretched into Outer Ring Road. It is looking bad. Langata Road is bad. Ruaka Road is bad. Getting on to the Wayaki Way at Westlands, it's bad. James Geshuru Road was bad, but it's now clearing. Langata Road heading towards, not museum, but Mbagathi Way at the interchange, it's bad. All the way into Mombasa Road, it's also not looking good at all. Magadi Road, bad. Ngong Road, it's moving, but it's not so good as well. Jogoo Road is not looking so good. North Airport Road, not looking good at all. And Juja Road as well, it's very busy. Wherever you are, unless you know of an accident and you can think of an alternative route, just stick it out. Let's all be patient. We'll get there. All right, 20 minutes to 9. We continue the conversation about Balanja na ukame with Shirika la Msalaba Mwekundu. The Secretary General, Dr. Asha Mohammed, is here with us. We're talking about, what could have been done, what ought to be done now, and what then we should also be thinking about. Sometimes when you look at the things that happen around the drought cycles, like you've said, last year, for example, in the middle of COVID, the government, from the highest level in the country, the president said, we are abandoning this thing of flagging off food from Nairobi and waiting for it to go to the people. We shall go this technology way. He rolled out that thing that he just talked about. M-Pesa, support local markets, support local economies, so that then it's not just about sending food, but it's also supporting the local economies. We are back to that thing. It's like it's a business that people benefit from. We talk about, okay, so we need to start mobilizing so that then we can help feed the people. And you sit back and you look at the effort being made and being taken to address this by government agencies, and then you look at by institutions such as yourself, you and the other NGOs, and you see it's like the NGOs are carrying the burden of feeding the people. It sounds like a business to me, Annie. That's not my question. So, now that we are where we are, and we're looking at the very many people who are in dire need of support today, a couple of years back, the Kenya Red Cross partnered with the business community, partnered with the media, and you launched Kenyans for Kenya. Is it about time that we had a similar initiative, a countrywide initiative that sensitizes everybody to the plight of more than 4 million Kenyans?
Yes, and I would just want to say that actually it's not like this has not been happening because there are a lot of initiatives. We have what is called the Pamoja Initiative, of which we are also part of with the private sector that has been ongoing. As Kenya Red Cross as well, we have been sensitizing and mobilizing and even getting support from partners. But yes, maybe it has not been done in the same scale and the same coordinated way through the, almost, you can say, the kind of platform that we had for Kenyans for Kenya. And this is something I think we need to really look at. But of course, before we also go in that direction, I think for me, it's also about looking at what is already available. Both, of course, with, first of all, with government, with the other major stakeholders, donors, organizations like ourselves, and through a coordinated mechanism to then be very careful about who is working where and what are they doing, because sometimes it feels like, yes, there is some resource, but also the coordination of how we are doing it to avoid also duplication.
Yep.
I will tell you, I have a struggle because as Kenya Red Cross, we try to really look at where some of these pockets are. And some of these pockets are not in some of the counties that maybe are seen as, the ones in the alarm. So everyone who wants to give to those counties. And these other counties are then sort of left behind. And this is how then we end up with the surprises that we end up with, because nobody has been really serving and looking at what is going on there. And I keep using this analogy that I like of that we are busy removing people from the swimming pool, but we are not stopping others from falling into the swimming pool. And that is why the number is increasing, because we have to stop others from getting here. So there has to be a two-pronged approach. We can't all just only look at, yes, these are the ones today that need immediate. Yes, they do. But at the same time, what do we need to do to stop others from getting there? Because if not, I don't want to be a pessimist, but by December, we could easily be talking about 5 million Kenyans needing assistance if we don't go in that way. Because now, yes, we will put a lot of effort on the ones that need currently very dire assistance, and we must, because we must save lives. But at the same time, we need to start looking at how to prevent the others. And this is not just for government or for organizations like mine, but also even with our partners. Because also donors are being also very rigid about where they want their support to go. Some are even very, earmarking and saying, okay, we can only support you for Turkana. Yeah,
they're prescriptive.
Exactly. We cannot go to Kilifi, for example. We can only do Turkana. And even in Turkana, we can only do food or we can only do cash. As opposed to saying, okay, let's put...
Here is a kitty, let's
exactly. Then let's look together, all these partners who are in Turkana, or all these partners who want to be in the drought, where are the needs and what are the needs, and then we can try to. So that's a bit of a challenge. So you'll have some counties that, in my view, could be oversubscribed, although in the situation we are in, there's no way of saying it's actually oversubscription. But if you comparative to other counties, then you feel that there are counties that will be forgotten, and we will get many more. We'll get more surprises coming.
Before City, you come in, I just want to throw in a question here. There's now administrative coordination of donor assistance in the country.
Yes.
And NGOs working in the country under the office of the Deputy President.
Yes.
Is that helping?
It is helping very much. And like I said, even yesterday I was in one of the meetings, and today we are going back where, we are all discussing together. Government is saying we have so much food. These are the counties that are affected. Private sector is saying we are bringing in so much. We will be able to, Red Cross is saying we have this. And for us, one of the biggest offers we have is that we are on the ground, like you said. We have the experience. We have the volunteers. We are a grassroots organization, even in terms of human resource, to help with this distribution, to help with the targeting and ensure that the right people who actually need to be given the food need to be given. Because as much as everybody may need this food at this point in time, with the resourcing we have, we also have to be careful that we look at the ones that are most vulnerable first and ensure that they don't slip further. Thank you.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm comparing it with what the little I know about the Red Cross. And your job is infinitely complicated in this sense. Here you are working with partners for the same goal, and then there's this human element where people will want to help you on their terms, not on the terms of what is actually needed to be done. Because they may be agencies, they may be partners, but they also have jobs to protect, they have things to do, etc., etc. Then there are the people who receive help, and there's this psychological condition, turn of phrase, conditioning. People get used to being helped, so they become dependent. Now, not the people who actually receive the help, but the people who oversee the lives of these people are in that position. So when they have a problem, they think Red Cross. And not necessarily the solutions that may be at hand that they could actually use over a period of time. Good times, they sit back instead of using it to do what they could do, knowing if there's a problem, they'll go to Red Cross. Now, how do you balance this? Let me explain why I'm thinking. I'm looking at, when you say there's no rainfall in this country, there are still parts of the country that do get rainfall. Yes. When you say there are people who can't grow certain crops, Karua has told us, my friend, with their research, you just need to find out what can grow where and what seeds you need to use. Now, we talk about international trade, and if I look at the thinking behind it, it's specialization. This country is good at doing this, and they have it.
Yeah.
Ukraine is good at they have grain. Russia has gas. Now, we see it happening. They pipe their gas to Europe. Now, why can't we do the same thing? Because agriculturally, we know which area produces what. Why don't we encourage inter-county trade so that some of these things that we keep talking about are balanced out? How do you explain a situation where you have a county where at some point people were pouring out milk because they did not know what to do with it, and yet there were others at the very same time?
Currently, it's happening.
Yes.
Farmers in Nyandarua are throwing away cabbages, trying to feed their dogs.
You want to make dogs vegetarians? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I think this is... I don't have the answer, but I think I'm in the same situation you're in, because for sure something can be done, because, like you said, countries are trading. Even Kenya, we are exporting tea, we're exporting coffee, we're exporting flowers, we're exporting even vegetables. The same produce that we are saying, is in bounty in some counties. So the question is, how do we create that system to ensure that actually, food can move from one area to the other? Even some of these semi-arid and semi-arid areas, there are things. They are also, it's not that they don't have anything completely. I mean, Turkana, there's plenty of fish. Every time I go to Turkana, I come back with a lot of fish, dried fish, and I mean it's very tasty fish. Is that also something that can be also traded with another county that has something else? And I think the logistics of how that happens, and actually currently I will say one of the things that government has taken up is this issue, and we are in it trying to see how do we then work with these counties where there is surplus. To ensure that this food can be taken to the different counties that don't have. So I think this is something that needs to be looked into, and the structure and systems that are needed to ensure this trading actually happens. I give you a simple example. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, we supported some pilot project in Nairobi, in Nakuru, and we did a similar one also in Mombasa. It's about the people in the village there or that settlement trading within themselves. Because now we had people who had lost their jobs. They did not have cash to buy food. Yet within this village, you had somebody who had a shop, who was selling something. There was somebody who had his water kiosk. You had a lady here who could make samosas. You had another one who could plait hair. He was a hairdresser. And it was amazing to see how that actually, it's the barter trade system. That I come to you, I sell you my samosa, and you give me bread from your shop. I come and plait your hair, you give me, a jerrycan of water. And there was an agreement and a system, we were calling it sarafu system, where you even agree on what is the value of that sarafu. And people survived with that. And they were very happy with it. Of course, that was just a pilot, because the challenge also was that how would you extend it beyond this community?
But it proved the concept.
Yes, absolutely. That it can be done.
Do you know what is actually interesting? Even in the so-called developed world, there's been similar discussions and proving of concept with clothes.
Yes.
Do you necessarily need to buy new clothes? Do you necessarily need to dispose of old clothes? What do you do? Can you actually barter? And when I say it is something that it's been done, it's not a thinking that it's as old as time and it's still as relevant as time. Because it's value exchanging value. Now, because of the far-flung reach that the Red Cross has, did you take this particular pilot to perhaps another area and see how it worked?
Actually, we started with Nairobi.
Yes.
And then because of what we saw going on in Nairobi, then we took another informal settlement in Mombasa.
Yes.
And so the idea
Which settlement was this in
Mombasa? What is it called? In Chuda. There's a...
Kachonjo?
Yes. So the question then is, how do you scale that up to other areas? It would require, of course, extending and looking at the bigger system. Because, for example, the shop in the area that is selling bread, the shopkeeper is getting bread from a supplier who is maybe here in Mombasa Road, industrial area. The supplier is not able to trade with the same sarafu with the shopkeeper. Because then now it ends at that point.
At the end, to trade externally, you need the cash.
Exactly. So now that is where...
Or an intermediary.
Yeah.
Or an intermediary.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes.
So that is where now, of course, those were some of the, you can say, the challenges of seeing how to take it to scale. But I'm sure if we sat together even with some of these people, and especially during this kind of times, I want to believe that even if we put all the systems in place, unfortunately, because of climate change and other factors, we know some of these issues may recur. But what we are saying is that even if they recur, people should not be found in the same place where they are found. For example, drought will happen for sure.
It will.
It will happen. And this time it is happening even within shorter
periods of time, yes.
Yes.
Durations, yes.
Exactly. But if we are able to support communities to be more resilient, to look at, alternative livelihoods. I'll tell you, even in Turkana, as bad as it is, I have been there several times. When you talk to the people on the ground, they'll say, yes, today we need food and we need water. But what is keeping them most awake is their livelihood.
Yes.
Because they also don't want you to come there every day to give them food and water and sort of bring down their dignity and make them feel like that they are very helpless. They are looking at livelihoods. And that is something, we really need to look at critically to ensure that people can be able
Dr.
to...
Mohammed, this conversation is to move beyond that.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees that we need to have long-term, medium to long-term.
Yeah.
even during that time for Kenyans for Kenya, your predecessors of the Red Cross were also saying the same thing.
Yeah.
People who are contributing for Kenyans for Kenya were saying we are not only feeding for today, we are also seeing
for the
what
longer term
projects can be initiated.
Yeah.
They didn't get support.
Yeah.
Some of them did not sustain. So as you go back to that meeting in the Deputy President's office, how high is this as
not to be defensive about the Red Cross, but I think there was also some point of also not maybe understanding and also supporting the ideas to take them to where they needed to go, because a lot of those interventions were proof of concept, so to speak. And so it could work. Some worked, and today some are still working. Others didn't work for many reasons. And so what were some of those reasons? So the question of how then we take some of those lessons.
The lessons and then scale.
Exactly. And there was this feeling of, because we said we will do mid to long term and there was a project being done, that project should have gone on and should have been sustained and continued.
Right
Today
now,
they're still called Red Cross projects,
Yep.
even though where they're working. And we are saying, no, we already handed over. Some we handed over to county governments. So what did the county governments do?
Daktari, your achievement is greater than you realize. I'll tell you this.
Thank you very much.
It's greater than you realize. What you've done, you've begun a process of behavior change intervention.
Absolutely.
If people's minds change over time, these things that you're talking about, when something works, it means they've accepted it.
Exactly.
And it probably means they were ready to accept it.
Yeah.
So it's a question of now finding ways of escalating.
It's moving to the next.
Yes, it is.
Exactly.
Take it to that, that table that you're sitting.
No, absolutely.
The Deputy President's
and
office.
Unfortunately,
Harambe
sometimes,
Annex, that's where it belongs.
No, and unfortunately, I think as human beings, sometimes it's almost like we need to be taken to a point where we just then have to accept some things, because today I think where we are with this drought situation, even these communities, as you visit them, you can see clearly they're like, we want to do something about this situation. We want to change. So maybe this is also the right time.
It's fortuitous.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Asha Mohammed, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. Really
Dr. Mohammed is the Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross Society. We're talking about the drought situation in the country. We all have a role to play to make sure that 4 million Kenyans do not continue being in the situation they're in. Keep it here for more. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Senatorial aspirants in Bungoma County are continuing to strengthen their campaigns as they continue to convince about 559,840 voters to vote for them on the 8th of next month. Former Member of Parliament for Bumula Mwambu Mabonga, who is vying for the position under the UDA party, has been supported by religious leaders from the county. Bishop Matete Cleophas is the chairperson of the Council of Bishops.
Kama kanisa tunawaomba Mwambu Mabonga, tunampeana kwenu kwa Bungoma County. Tutasimama nyuma ya Mwambu Mabonga na kumpa kura zetu sote. Siasa siwe sa amani.
Mimi naitwa Bishop Hisa, sababu county zote 9 Bungoma County. Sijui hizi watu wa Bumula tuliwakosea ni. Tangu tusaliwa hatujawahi kuwa na waziri, hatujawahi kuwa na governor, deputy governor, hatujawahi kuwa na women rep, hatujawahi kuwa na chochote. Kila kitu ndugu zetu wakubwa mnachukuanga. Lakini saa hii na apili watu wote wa county, tafadhali hii kiti ya useneta imejipima kwetu.
On his part, the Member of Parliament for Webuye, who has done with Yam, has denied the allegations raised by some leaders that the leader of UDA, President William Ruto, has given permission to campaign for Kenya Kwanza parties and not only UDA.
Kuna watapeli Bungoma hii ambaye wanaongea ati wametumwa. Nataka niadharishe watu wa Bungoma County kwamba hao matapeli wako. Hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye rais ametuma ati aende upande ule mwingine aweze kuwa supporter wa mtu kutoka mbali. Mimi nikiongea, party leader wa chama cha UDA ni President William Samoei Ruto. Mwambu ako na bali, ako na certificate. Kiongozi ambaye anatosha na pia anaweza kuoversight. Mheshimiwa Governor Lusaka ni Mheshimiwa Mwambu.
Last week, Milili MP Didmus Baraza was quoted at a public meeting saying that the president had allowed him to endorse Ford Kenya's senatorial candidate Wakoli of Fuller instead of UDA. Now, a 20-year-old man has been arrested by detectives in connection with the gruesome murder of an 83-year-old granny in Kangunduine, Muranga County. Pauline Wanjiku's lifeless body was discovered in her house after her murder in the incident that shocked residents of the quiet Nguruweine village. The neighbor who had not seen Wanjiku walked into her house, and after noticing the door to the living room was locked from outside, she and a few neighbors broke into the main house. According to the DCI, they were shocked to find the old lady lying lifeless on the sofa and her hands tied together on the back, a headscarf hanging loosely on her frail neck and blood oozing. They alerted police officers based at Kabati police station, who rushed to the scene. Now, with drought ravaging parts of the country, farmers in Trans Nzoia County are facing a different problem altogether. The farmers have just had a bumper harvest, but they are not getting the return they expect from the grain, and this has seen many of them hoard the maize harvest because of poor market prices. So Min Ayabe, a maize farmer, says the planting season was tough and that the high cost of fertilizer and other inputs saw him dig deeper into his pocket. On a sad note now, and Kenya Wildlife Services has announced the death of Dida, Africa's largest female tusker, aged between 60 to 65 years. Dida served as both the subject of various documentaries and an iconic tourist attraction. Through the official Twitter account, KWS said that Dida died from natural causes due to old age. She has been described as a matriarch who resided in Savo East and a great repository of many decades worth of knowledge. And Donald Trump has been fighting for years to keep his tax returns confidential, won yet another reprieve from the U.S. Supreme Court. A Democratic-led committee of the House of Representatives has for the past 3 years demanded all tax returns from Trump and his related businesses entities for the period of 2015 until 2020. But unlike presidents since 1970s, Trump has refused to release his tax returns and fought fiercely in the courts to block the congressional request. After numerous episodes, a federal appeals court last week finally allowed the IRS to turn over the documents to the committee, paving the way for that to happen before the November 8th midterm elections. The real estate tycoon then filed a final emergency appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Alceto. Good morning.
So let me tell you what's happening on the roads. It's that people are stuck on the roads, okay? Thika Superhighway, well, it's improved actually tremendously because now the traffic has stretched beyond the Outer Ring Road junction. Now it's around, KCA University, Survey, heading towards CBD. It's improving. Kiambu Road is also improving. Limuru Road is also improving. Jogoo Road is improving. Well, no, Jogoo Road is still looking bad. Lunga Lunga now is where the issues are. Airport North Road is busy. Langata Road has improved, only now gotten into Mbagathi Way. And then Ngong Road also busy as you approach the lights and at the junctions. What else is looking bad? Aerodrome Road joining Uhuru Highway. Busy, busy, busy. Be patient as you approach any of those places. If there's any major accident or incident that we need to talk about, let us know and we'll alert everybody else. SpiceFM KE. How you doing? It's 8 minutes after 9 on this second day of November 2022. Welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation today. Happy Wednesday wherever you are locked in from, okay? We are glad that you choose the Situation Room to be your station every weekday morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's Eric Latif and CT Muga. Nduoko is away this week. She has gone to recharge her batteries. Let me tell you about The Room. The Room is a place where you go and find the best tech talent who've been vetted and put there in the room for you. So what happens? There's the organization called the Africa Leadership Group. They run the Africa Leadership University, which has several campuses in several countries. The Africa Leadership Group looks at how to train future leaders of the continent from various angles. Now, they also looked and saw the opportunity for tech to be the biggest employer in the next couple of years. And tech companies, the big giants, we're talking about Google, we're talking about Safaricom, and Microsoft, we're talking about others, are actually looking for the best tech talent. And so Africa Leadership Group developed ALX, which is a training portal. So you go to alxafrica.com, choose a course, train for it, get certified, and then you opt to get into a room. And that room is where anybody who is looking for the best talent goes into. So let's go into it. Theroom.com. You go and click on Find the Best Tech Talent. You can see that city. What type of talent are you looking for? Software engineer, data analyst, financial analyst, cloud computing specialist, virtual assistant. I'm hiring more than 5 people. Choose one city.
Virtual assistant.
Virtual assistant. We select virtual assistant. Go next. Then it tells you, you enter your email, you look for the skills. What kind of skills are you looking for? Email management, organization, scheduling, research, presentation making, project management, data entry, sales, customer support, social media management, proposal writing. So you choose the ones that you want, that you think. You can choose as many as you want. You can even choose all, okay?
Yes.
And you enter your email. And then they ask you next. Now, the next is where they start giving you now the kind of talent that they have. Take you through it, and it's vetted, and then they link you up with those CVs and the resumes of the people who are in the room. You select.
Essentially, this entire process of sending out an advert, asking people to apply, going through their CVs, it's been done.
It's been done.
It's been done. And they give you a guarantee with the people whom they will put you in touch with.
Yes, indeed.
So essentially, at the click of that particular button of your gadget, you're able to access all these things. No long phone calls, no heavy laden CVs for you to sieve through.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not many resumes where people are claiming that they can do all these things and yet they really can't. So by the time the people are actually, you're being presented with a CV of somebody, if it's about research, they have been vetted, they've been found, yes, they actually have some skill and knowledge. On
Due
research.
diligence has been done.
Yes.
Because they have a reputation to protect, so they will not give you someone who doesn't quite meet the master.
No, they will not.
Yes.
Give us the day's proverb, City.
Yes, indeed.
It's from Egypt.
Yes, land of the pharaohs.
What
It's
is about foreheads? What's a forehead in Kiswahili? Utosi.
What is what again, sorry?
Forehead.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eyes.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen
by the eye.
By the
yes, you may think it can't be seen simply because, as you say, one can't actually see their own forehead, but others will see it, and you will see it in their eyes that they have seen it.
You'll get to know that they have seen it, and that's the point.
Body language talking to you, literally. Yes.
Okay. So the Honorable Martha Karua is slightly late. She has sent in a request to give her a couple more minutes so she arrives and comes in, but she's coming. And we'll have the conversation with her. And this is a conversation from the leadership of the opposition in government, holding their government to account. A number of conversations that we want to have with her. Number one, as senior counsel, as somebody who has been in the criminal justice space for many years, we are seeing what's unfolding in the criminal justice system. The investigator and the prosecutor speaking at cross purposes. The prosecutor says, you know what, we initially used to work very well cordially. We had good working relations, where the investigator would come and tell me, I've got done some basic groundwork on this particular case, and I think we have a case that we can present to court. You can start going to court as I solidify the evidence that I have. Yes. Prosecutor goes to court. Investigator moves on to other things. Does not bring the evidence that they were supposed to bring, which was crucial for the prosecutor to win the case in court. Basically, dumps the ball at the prosecutor's door and goes out and says, can you see me with the ball? See, the ball is there.
It raises so very many questions, really. It raises questions with the DPP's office, or DPP. It raises questions with the investigative arm of our security forces, because you ask yourself, from the time the case was initiated, did this issue really exist? Or was it something that was brought forward for another purpose other than to prosecute? So that it was never really going to be prosecuted, but it served a purpose. The word shakedown comes to mind, okay? Someone is seen not to be walking the straight and narrow as prescribed. So you're put in a position where you do not have very much option. As we say in Kenya, utashika adabu. You will catch adabu, okay? Or is it that, again, and the ODPP looks at it, and the other issues other than it not just meeting what is the so-called laid down policy threshold. Very many questions arise. Now, if one isn't able to give the clarity that is required in understanding these issues, and so that when we're told this is what happens, we don't have any doubt. We know that this is exactly what happened. So that even when we raise questions, it is easy to respond and say, yes, you raised the question, but there is this and there's the other, and it answers the question that you have.
Yeah.
Okay? Because really, we're talking about departments of government. We're talking about constitutional officers. We're talking about offices that are mandated to ensure that the people who live in this country and our citizens and our visitors and guests and whoever else are accorded the very rights and privileges that our constitution envisioned. That's really what it is.
Yep.
Now, wrongdoing must be dealt with as is prescribed by the law. Now, the moment these conversations begin, then you suddenly wonder, where exactly are we?
Yeah, so what's the status?
Yes, exactly. Tuko wapi, jamani? Yes.
And when people think about justice, can we now have faith in the justice system?
But in the absence of such clarity, what do you anchor your faith on?
And then what happens to the justice system?
Yes.
What happens to the people who are already in jail?
Yes.
And they're looking back and they believed that there's something that led them to being in jail.
Yes.
And they're thinking, you see, clearly I had a point. What kind of recourse do they have? I mean, these are big issues that, these conversations keep emerging, and they have been blown right out of the water by the Director of Public Prosecutions himself, Nuruddin Haji. I mean, what he is saying.
From where I sit, Eric, the bigger problem here is it ought to give us the courage to have faith in the system. But when such things happen, that very faith is diminished, not enhanced. Because when you have more questions than you have answers, then surely... So what do you, as I said, or as I asked, what do you anchor your belief or faith in?
That's indeed the case. So, our guest has arrived. She's now in the studio. The Honorable Martha Karua, Senior Counsel, NA Kenya Party Leader and a member of the Azimio National Leadership. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. It's like Happy New Year, after August 9th.
The year.
Yes.
I doubt it would be happy if it was the beginning of the
year. Right.
Yeah.
Talk about starting on a high note.
Kabisa. How are you?
I'm good. Yes.
It's good to see you smiling. Good to see you well.
Smiling? Was I not expected to smile?
No, it's always good to see you smiling.
Our proverb for today tells us precisely that.
Say the proverb for her.
What is written on the brow will inevitably be seen by the eye.
Oh, yeah.
What is written on your brow is being seen by my eye.
Okay. But I'm happy to be here and to see you also.
Thank you very much.
Yes. You've just caught us as we started the conversation, which is just right off the bat. The Director of Public Prosecutions has been saying things. And in fact, on Sunday, he gave an interview to KTN, where it was a tell-all interview. He was talking about the frustration that he's experienced and he has undergone in the execution of his duty. He sort of like gave two phases of his tenure as DPP so far. Phase number one is when they just got into office, him and DCI George Kinoti came in at the same time. They were working very well together, as they had this kind of bro code. You start investigations, I start looking at the kind of file that you bring to me. If we get to a certain point where I see, yes, we can take a case to court, I take a case to court, I tell you, give me more investigation as we are in court. And that was the agreement that they had. And then later he realized that the DCI, according to him, is not doing what he had promised he would do. And cases are getting to court, they're getting stuck because he cannot proceed without the evidence that is required. The evidence is not coming from the DCI. And now the DPP saying, that's why I'm going to court and applying to withdraw many of these cases. Of course, with that, the reaction in the public is, hold on a minute. So what's been happening in this, and where does the buck stop? Who should answer what questions? Let me ask you that question, because you are an experienced jurist.
The buck certainly stops with the DCI. Not with the DCI, with the ODPP, with the DPP.
Yes.
I came refreshing myself on the Constitution. Remember, his is an office with security of tenure for the 9 years, that the 9-year period is there. He doesn't act under the direction of any other person. He's independent. He can direct the DCI, not the other way. It is therefore not right that my good friend, the DPP, would try to wash his hands off the DCI. He is the lawyer. The DCI is trained to discern certain things in law. But even if we were just to take the two of them professionally, who should be guiding the other here in matters of law? It is the guy trained in law, and that is the DPP. It is not right. What is happening is not right. And that interview, from where I sat, I watched it later on a clip. It was a political campaign. He sounded like a politician trying to pass the buck. If he had an unwritten code, that unwritten code is subject to what the Constitution and the law says. So he should receive the file. He has no business taking anybody to court before he is satisfied there is enough evidence. And once he takes it to court, the matter is off his hands. Unless in the clearest of cases, even withdrawal in suspicious circumstances tends only to erode the confidence of the public in his office, in himself as a person, and in the criminal justice system. What a coincidence that the cases now being reassessed and withdrawn are for the politically correct. Withdrawals just before parliamentary vetting. People are nominated for cabinet. Questions arise, as they should in the public, that these are people who may not be fit according to Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Withdrawals come to remove those hurdles or to lessen them in some cases. If indeed the tenure of the DCI was as bad as the DPP makes it, then it should be a withdrawal of all cases initiated under Kinoti's tenure. It should be withdrawal of that chicken thief, of that petty offender who fill our prisons, because our prisons are filled with petty offenders. Those ones now should be home as we talk. Those we are held without bail. As
we release everybody.
We release everybody, and that's basically what my principal, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga said. When he was mentioning Waluke was an example. He was saying no double standards, because I've seen fully what he said. Release then everybody, not selectively. So
Why
this
do you
is
think,
terrible.
Mheshimiwa, because you're saying that, well, there's a coincidence.
Yeah.
Coincidence of president announces to the country, I am nominating these individuals to join my cabinet.
Yeah.
And of course, those people have questions. Those people have cases in court. Before the vetting begins, we are seeing the withdrawal of these cases. We are seeing the dropping of the cases.
Yeah.
The accusers themselves are coming to say, I no longer have a case to pursue.
Yeah.
Why is the coincidence, though? I mean, if somebody has decided, you know what, I'm the one who had made a complaint against this individual, and I said that he had sexually molested me, and now I want to withdraw the case. How do you link the DPP to that?
I think you link how he's linking himself. We haven't linked him. Because he then, as on cue, goes ahead and does other things that when you lump together with what is happening, it becomes one big, it's like it's part of the whole. So nobody has linked him. He has linked himself by his actions.
So you're saying he's waded into the political waters.
Yes.
He's playing politics.
He's waded into. Because let's first take, I listened to a part he said that in the case, he mentioned the case of Aisha Jumwa and even the case of Gachagua, and he applied the threshold test. And he says that threshold test is when you see it's a case you can get a conviction if everything is put in order. If they had passed the threshold test, meaning there was a prima facie case, the DCI, Kinoti, is no longer in office. There's a new man. Why are you withdrawing? Why don't you seek an adjournment for a short time and let the new DCI bring you what you were lacking? Because already you had seen there's a prima facie case. I'm just using the DPP's language. They had achieved the threshold test.
Yeah.
If they had not and he went to court, then he is confessing to us that he's incompetent. You see? If he prosecuted because they were friends with Kinoti, again, it reveals incompetence, because he is supposed to go not because of friendship, but because legally he has a case.
And the oath of office that he saw.
The oath of office, it's a very heavy responsibility to be Director of Public Prosecutions. And I must say previously, I admired the way he handled the office immediately he came in. You can even see my tweets. I've even personally told him he's doing well. But towards the end, there were issues, but not as many. But now, out of his own confessions, I tweeted and I said, any public officer, and especially a senior officer, who gives the excuse, I was told, I was made to do this. And now I'm not only referring to the DPP, it's including the investigators. They actually disclose moral infirmity, lack of integrity to hold that office. They should either resign, be fired, or, sanctioned.
let's contextualize this, Honorable Karua.
Yeah.
Okay? So the Constitution, like you're saying, the Constitution establishes the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and gives the holder of that office proper safeguards in terms of independence from manipulation and undue influence from any quarter, and also in terms of security of tenure and guidelines on the parameters within which he should operate. This is making sure that you're looking at public interest, making sure that there is fair administration of justice, making sure that the people whom you deal with actually feel that you are advancing and championing the rule of law and cause for justice. Now, reality though, you get into that office, you are not operating in a vacuum. You're operating in a space that has criminals, has political leadership, has politics. And the reality of politics is that those with political power, even though they will not be able to come to you directly and expressly because the Constitution blocks them, they'll find ways of getting to you. And I hear that is what Nuruddin Haji is saying. At some point, I felt intimidated and threatened. My home is attacked. My person is attacked. I am dragged to court. And one case today is, do you have powers to investigate and to prosecute? The other case tomorrow is, did you actually forge some membership attendance of a certain meeting where you claim to have come up with these regulations on how to determine how you're taking people to court? This sounds to me like it was a political fight that is coming to him. And as a human being, I mean, Martha, you've been in that space. As a human being, you at some point will buckle, won't you?
If you buckle, quit. If you feel that the environment is completely hostile and you cannot proceed, quit. You came from some place. Who says you must be in office? If you feel you cannot proceed as demanded by the Constitution, either because you've been hounded, or as a human being, you feel now we all have limits. You feel the pressure is too much. Please go home. Do not do anything contrary to your oath of office. Go home. And I don't know why people fear leaving office. There's a place you came from. You weren't born in that office. Even homes are left. You can leave home as well, But do not do something that will hurt either an individual or the public whom you serve, because all prosecutions are instituted in the name of the Republic. The Republic is the people. Our Constitution, it is the people. If you feel, for instance, a high-profile case is offending that person, that high-profile person, the incorso of the people of Kenya. If it's a murder case, there's a family mourning a loved one.
Yeah.
If you mishandle that case, justice is two things. It's the real thing doing justice and the appearances, If you appear to be doing something to benefit one side, you have destroyed people's faith in the justice system. So if an official of government is accused of defrauding the people, defrauding counties, think of the Republic. Think of the people of Kenya. Do it in a way that gives them confidence you know what you're doing. And any case, as the DPP admitted that had reached the threshold test, and it's a high-profile case, therefore drawing a lot of public interest, why not let it go to the conclusion? There is a reason we have public trials, and the Constitution says the trial must be public. Because we want the verdict, the legal verdict, and we also want to give the court of public opinion a chance to give its own verdict. There are cases that are verdicts that are so outrageous that they draw public condemnation. And I would remember an old time one case in Mombasa where the judge had actually to quit because it drew so much public acrimony. When
is it the Sandstrom case?
Sandstrom case.
Yes.
Yeah. So let the court of public opinion, because the public opinion is not going to the ODPP to read the file. If it had a prima facie case, please let it proceed. Let the public have the evidence. And the way the DPP came out in that interview is that like he has a mandate to only get convictions. His mandate is not to get convictions or acquittals, is to have justice done. And sometimes, even with the best of evidence, our justice system is not perfect. The person on the other side, the presiding judge or magistrate, may have a different view from the investigator. So we bounce it off from the investigator to the prosecutor to the judge. And then the judge gives a verdict.
A verdict of it.
Because it's a public trial, the court of public opinion will also give a verdict. Now, the public, who are the largest stakeholders, because they own this republic. It's not owned by politicians. We own collectively the republic. The greatest stakeholder has been let down in this process of withdrawals.
Still pursuing just a little bit on the matter of the politics and the context of it. Looks and sounds like Nuruddin Haji saw, and he says he took the matter with the higher-ups, and this is, he says, with the higher-ups at the national level. Some action was taken, and then it fell back into the same frustrating thing. Maybe he looked and saw August 9th is coming. We are definitely going to have a new administration. He was looking at it. It's either going to be William Ruto or Raila Odinga. So if it's William Ruto, I'm going to take my case to him and say, you know what, I need more support, and this is what I'm going to do. If it's Raila Odinga, Martha Karua is going to be the one who's in charge of, justice and the criminal justice system. He was going to come to your office and tell you the things that he has faced. What would you have told him? If he came and told you today, look, the person who is in the office of the DCI has completely let me down. I have cases in court. I don't have solid evidence to continue the prosecution. What should I do?
One, let me say this. It's wrong for any administration to have two officers at that level who are at complete loggerheads. Because what it means is the public who suffer. So the moment the disagreement between the DCI and DPP reached a higher threshold, it ought to have been resolved. By the authorities, because the office you can resolve is the DCI, not the DPP, because that is constitutional, unless if he was going out, In
which case you can institute proceedings to get him out of office.
If there is any reason. Okay. And you resolve it not just by throwing people out, it's also by bringing them together. I cannot pretend to know what happened. I was not a member of government. But I was a member of government when the DCI once again completely disagreed with the commissioner of police at that time. But it was not a public spat like this one between Haji and Kinoti. So we never got to know. So during the 207 clashes, the two men were not talking. And therefore, communicating and acting in public interest was difficult. And that tells you why some of the things went south. I was a member of government. I came to know about it later. I would have been able to advise my boss then that you can't have the two. You will have to decide on one. See?
Yeah.
You cannot have an IG, a DCI who do not agree. Similarly, because of prosecutions, even Kinoti had people go to court to stop him from being able to prosecute, to stop the police from prosecuting. So Haji is crying, but I'm sure Kinoti has a story too. So the authorities, which included William Ruto as the deputy president, ought to have resolved that. What we have is not a new administration. It's new in the sense that the top is now occupied by the former deputy. Therefore, it's not an entirely new administration where people can completely wash hands. We paid you salary as deputy president. You're part of this mess. Do something about it, but do remember that everything you do, it's in the name of the people of Kenya, not in the name of your friends. So let this be resolved in a manner that takes care of the main stakeholder in this republic, which is the people of Kenya, represented there by the complainants.
Mheshimiwa,
Yeah.
naysayers and people who subscribe to conspiracy theory would say
Yeah.
that there are those in the political space who thrive in this very same thing we're saying, where people who are charged with a very serious mandate are at loggerheads. That confusion is allowed to continue because it serves their purpose.
Indeed. And that confusion, the buck stops at the presidency. And the presidency, by dint of our constitution, is 2 people. That's where the buck stops. And even in the presidency or in the governor's office, where you have a deputy, if you stay up to the end, you have no right. You lose the ground to be able to point fingers. Because if it became untenable, you had the options. You didn't take them. So you are part of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then move into extrajudicial killings then.
Yeah.
So extrajudicial killings is another subject that's coming out in our criminal justice system as well. The president has disbanded, has ordered the disbandment of a unit in the DCI.
Yeah.
The issues have come and he has now said, I'd like IPOA to sit and see how we can resolve issues of extrajudicial killings, still pointing into that office on Kiambu Road. Where again does the buck stop?
Again, the buck stops, especially on extrajudicial killings, on the presidency, the executive. Because once your people keep complaining, and it happened during our time as well, once the people keep complaining, it is up to you to rise up. You remember in the Kibaki presidency, Professor Ashton's report.
Yep.
Which the current CS for Foreign Affairs has dismissed as government spokesperson.
Then
I came out as the minister saying what Professor Ashton said is what the people who elected us have complained of. You dismiss him, you are dismissing the people who have given you a job. We were aware, and internally we had already discussed it. But you see this habit of the government always denying. And I said, it's under investigation. It's pretty much what we are setting out to do. When there is extrajudicial killing, why there is the executive arm of government is the first among equals. And within it, the president is the first among equals. Because the executive drives the government. Even though they are independent branches, the executive drives the government. If there is extrajudicial killings, then the administration has to take responsibility.
Okay.
I am glad that investigations are coming up. You remember so many people have been killed, including lawyer Willie Kimani, the Yala bodies, all that. We need thorough investigations. I'm happy the way they are going on about the 2 Indian nationals, but go about it about everyone, not just the people who were known to the president. Go on about Yebei, go on about the witnesses of ICC who disappeared, the Yala bodies, go about the clerics from Mombasa who have been found in rivers in Embu. Go about the whole thing and let us clean our system. So I support a cleanup that is holistic, that doesn't appear to be targeted.
In what form should this take? A public inquiry?
Yeah, so that everybody who has lost a person can come and it can be checked. But I do not so much believe in inquiries. Like my body, the Law Society, is calling for an inquiry into the DCI. That is diversionary. You know?
Why?
Why do you say that?
It is, how do you inquire about the DCI and the withdrawals have only been for the politically correct? If you really want an inquiry about the DCI, then first open the jails and let everybody get out. And remember, there are convictions that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has gotten from cases investigated by the DCI. What are you telling us about it? What are you telling us about the court that ordered forfeiture of Gachagua's money because he could not explain how he had gotten it? I believe you, DPP, when you say that the Gachagua case had the threshold test. That's how come the judge forfeited the money. So how come you are considering withdrawing? You are not asking the new DCI to investigate? These are the contradictions. And when you offer a regime that is already showing signs of messing up the criminal justice system, the option of an inquiry, you offer them the softer option.
So it's
where we can be treated to theatrics, it will take 2-3 months, then it will be discussed, then it will go to the shelf. We have so many inquiries which are in the shelf. I don't believe in
You would have
inquiries.
been Deputy President,
Yeah.
Honorable Martha Karua.
Yeah.
As you were campaigning to be Deputy President,
Yeah.
the Yala bodies were showing up.
Yeah.
As you're campaigning to be Deputy President, all these other cases of enforced disappearances
Yeah.
and extrajudicial killings were live.
Yeah.
And you were prepared to be the person who is championing rule of law and justice.
And human rights.
And human rights.
Yes.
What was your plan? What could you have done? If you were the Deputy President today,
Yeah.
what was it? What could you have been seeing?
Rule of law. And you will remember even Kibaki's government, when it came in, things changed completely. There was adherence to the rule of law, and the constitution, the 2010 constitution had not been enacted. People watch what? Not what you are saying, what you're doing.
So what
in the
could you have
Kibaki
done?
government, things went south much later. But we started with everything changing. And the changes that are brought, it's not about focusing on individuals. It's giving clear instructions on the direction the government is taking. And from there on, anybody who makes a mistake is dealt with. And if cases are uncovered of things you did, you also are made to take responsibility. When you begin, cleanup is not focusing on individuals, because then you give a sense of a witch hunt. You know, it's continuing with the work, not focusing
So how
on the
different would it have
individuals.
been if Martha Karua was the Deputy President in charge of the rule of law in the country? How different would it have been for those Indians would have still have been disappeared? The bodies in Yala, what would you have done by now? 51 days in office.
I think we want to focus on those who are there. I am not in that office, but if I was in that office, one, there would be no selective withdrawals of cases, because justice is about being done and being seen to be done. That's why I said appearances. We have to be very, very careful what we do. So proper investigations, and you ask the investigators to set up a desk specifically dealing with that, because those issues are too much. You also make sure that if disappearances are pointing to a certain office, that office is not part of the investigations. You can even have investigators who are not part of the police. It's been done before. So there are many things you can do. But one of the things Martha Karua would not have done is have selective withdrawals. Although that's the role of the DPP, I would not encourage selective withdrawals. And even when we were campaigning and those issues come up, go back to my Twitter timeline and you will see that right from even the ICC times when witnesses were disappearing, my voice has been constant. I have never lost agency on issues of human rights, rule of law, whether in or out of government. And you will see that even when I was a Minister of Justice and people were brutalized, prisoners were brutalized in committee during the Kibaki government, you will see my voice. I have never lost agency on the issues that matter.
There's a matter that, as we're talking about this, has elicited some other kind of public shock, and you have even mentioned it. Your captain, Raila Odinga, speaking about this issue, spoke about the John Waluke case. He gave this as an example. Was it the most appropriate example that he should have given? I'm asking that because even today's editorial in the Standard says, unless ruled otherwise, Waluke belongs in jail. I mean, Waluke has been tried, gone through the trial, been found guilty by a competent law, been sentenced by a competent law. Even if we were saying, let's release everybody, is that the most appropriate example that really Raila Odinga could have picked?
Waluke is still having one more appeal, remaining. And I have seen in the papers he's appealing. And he has surrendered himself when called upon. He's in jail. I think it is not right for the Standard or for any media to try and take things out of context. the example may be seen as inappropriate, but because I looked at the entire statement in a different publication, he was talking about the double standards being played by the DPP. And those are the double standards I've been talking about. So he is saying, if we no longer believe in the criminal justice system, if we no longer believe that criminals should be behind bars, then release everybody. So he gave the example of Waluke.
Release all criminals.
I'm giving the example of the chicken thief, of those small people who fill our jails, petty offenders who fill our jails. Open them and review their cases. Do not review the cases of only the politically correct. So that is in a sense what my principal was saying, and I understood him. And I know he's a man who believes in the rule of law. Discrimination, which is double standards, is forbidden by the Constitution. That's the point he was driving home.
But then also, just like you said, there's the issue of appearances.
Yeah.
And, justice is not just done, but appears to be done.
Yeah.
In this case, and we're talking about now Chapter 6 of the Constitution,
yeah,
one of your member parties in Azimio, Jubilee, nominated the man. He's been elected by the people, fine. Azimio has also nominated him and fronted him to be a member of the Parliamentary Service Commission, even with the kind of status that he is in today.
I am glad you are talking about
this.
To
be done?
There are so many members of parliament with criminal cases. Once you land in parliament, the standing orders say you have to be a member of the committee, a committee. So whatever committee they give,
they are given. Service Commission.
Let me tell you, whatever committee you give, whether it's catering, is a committee of parliament. The fact that the Electoral and Boundaries Commission sanitized all these people, in spite of Chapter 6 being there, and it is not just them. Look at the deputy president. So why are you speaking on Waluke? Let us say this. We have failed in enforcing the Constitution. We have failed. Even the courts have failed. If it was so, even the Jubilee administration came in when they were accused of crimes against humanity. Never mind that the cases later fell. So in this country, both the public and the institution, we have allowed that situation. So picking on Waluke so as to weigh in on what my principal said, those are double standards. Let us tackle everything together. Let us see where the rain started beating us, and let us do what is right.
Mheshimiwa, do I hear you to be saying that there's a certain precedent that has been set in this country?
Which I don't agree with.
Yes. Now, what I want to ask is it that position that you have very eloquently put across, is that the reason why, or among the reasons why, you actually walked out, you left government?
I left government, because my work became untenable. I felt I was not getting the required support. And the office of a Minister of Justice is a coordinating office. You are not a doer, in the sense that you are not the one who will prosecute. You're not the one who will investigate. You're not the one who will decide. You bring the policy framework, you bring the parties together, and you agree to move as per policy and per law. I felt that I was not getting sufficient backing from my superiors. Because if it is cabinet, you should not get people to cabinet who do not pass the integrity test. Because then you are starting with a problem and hoping things will go right. I am not the appointing authority. My boss will be the appointing authority. There are many things, I'm giving that as an example. So there were many things not going right in government. We had several scandals, the maize, the Triton, and obviously we had those disagreements in cabinet. And I saw that although the policy-wise we seemed to be together, action-wise we were on different grounds. And because it is the president's government, you give him way. Giving way is saying bye,
It's your baby. Yeah. Carry the baby.
Because you see, if you stay in, how will I say that I cannot later criticize? And not that's what I'm telling
President Ruto.
Yeah, the former deputy president. That's what I'm telling him, that you were part of this administration. You can't completely wash your hands. That's what I'm telling Haji, the DPP. You cannot wash your hands and leave it to Kinoti. You see? And you are talking only of the cases you have selectively withdrawn. You are not counting the cases you have prosecuted and won, investigated by the same man.
Individual.
And may I repeat here that the work of the prosecutor is not to always get a conviction. Is to take a case which you weigh and see can be won in good faith, and you prosecute it. And the court's case is not always to work, is not always to convict, is to make a judgment on the evidence, which can be an acquittal or a conviction, well reasoned, which resonates with everybody, with the masses.
But you know, Mheshimiwa, you fall into the category of individuals. Well, your party leader falls in that category. People who've actually walked out of senior positions in the government. So it means you form that unique group of people who are the exception rather than the rule. So, essentially, if you work on principle, one, you start off as a minority. This one is a personal question I'm asking. Why do you feel that you must stick to your guns? And because your position really hasn't changed much. Not much, hasn't changed. The things you said when you were last year, the same things you're saying. And you have actions that you've taken that actually support the things that you're saying. And as I said, you are in the minority. Why do you stick with this position?
I stick with it because that is what the inner voice tells me. That is what the law says. And the laws of Kenya represent the larger public. Remember, the constitution, we made it together. And the laws are made under that constitution. And those made earlier, anything that conflicts is null and void. So I'm being true not just to myself, but to the covenant we as the people of Kenya gave to ourselves. You see?
This is the constitution.
Yes, because when you're given a position in public, it's not for you. It's not for your clan. It is for a clan called Kenya. The larger clan. Because we all come to those sub-clans, but our larger clan is Kenya.
So it's about the rule of law.
Yeah.
It's about fidelity to the constitution.
And also fairness, because if we stick to our rules, then even if it's against me, I'll be able to feel it's fair, or this I can take. You see? And institutions are as good and as strong as the people occupying them.
Right.
So, my younger brother DPP Haj, take courage and face your office. If you feel you are not up to it, do the right thing.
Which is?
But you cannot remain there when you are independent and complain.
What's the right thing?
It is like judges complaining, the Constitution. And the Constitution gives you leeway to do what is right. You see? And then you complain. Why our institutions are different from those of developed countries is because of the caliber of the people sitting in them. Political parties will tell you that we need an amendment to bring in two-thirds gender rule, and it is them who don't want. The IEBC will tell you, until the appeal is over. Yet, there are some clear indicators. It is the infirmity of the people holding office that is holding us down. I'm looking at the US, seeing what transpired during their last elections, seeing former President Trump now being tried, the process going on, and I do not know whether he will be convicted. But the system is able to self-cleanse.
And to follow the rule of law.
And to follow the rule of law.
If we do not do that in this country, it will be the end of the republic as we know it. In fact, the Kenya Kwanza were talking about state capture. And state capture, in simple terms, is repurposing or retooling the state to serve a group instead of the larger, whether cartels or otherwise. What I'm seeing happening now, the criminal justice system, the state is being repurposed to serve a clique. We should be careful as Kenyans. We should raise our voices, because if we all keep quiet in order to be politically correct, in order not to be attacked, and anybody who talks is attacked, where does a new government, a fresh government, find time to attack when there is so much work undone? When the cost of living is still high, I saw an image of cows dying en masse.
Yes.
In pastoral areas, when you see cows dying en masse, you can be sure there are people who have succumbed to hunger. Yeah. There are people who have already perished. Where do you get time to throw mud at people when there is so much work to
be done? I want to throw in a question before we conclude the conversation, Mheshimiwa. Yeah. I noticed that you have carefully referred to His Excellency William Ruto, CGH, as former Deputy President.
Yeah.
Not as President.
Yeah.
Why?
The law recognizes him, I don't. I still hold the position.
What does that mean? The law recognizes him and I don't.
I have a choice.
To obey the law or not?
He is the president courtesy of the law. I do not have to overpraise that position. I differed. I said I respect what the court verdict, but totally disagree with it. I still stand here to say that the results were doctored. Okay? And that's a personal position. You cannot stop my brain from working. You cannot force me to believe. So I'm talking about my belief. And
where does your obligation to follow the law, like you just said, the Constitution, the institutions that are established therein, where does your obligation come in?
My belief is not subject to the law. What I believe in is not subject to the law.
What is it subject to?
But it is subject to my conscience. But giving way to the law is obeying the law, isn't it?
Okay.
So the court spoke, we gave way, but we are still searching for the truth. And I am searching for the truth.
What's your next step?
I still have to keep on saying, I do not believe he won. That's all.
So what you're saying in essence, Mheshimiwa, is that the court of law, the courts of law, the highest court of law, is not the place you go to look for the truth.
No, you in court you look for justice. And the justice given in court may not represent the truth. So you cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
Martha Karua, thank you very much. It's good to see you again. It's good to have you on the show again.
Well,
Martha.
nice to be here. Yeah, it sort of feels like home in a way.
It is home.
Yes.
It is home.
Yeah.
The Honorable Martha Karua, of course, we know her senior counsel, Kenya party leader, one of the leaders in Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Asante sana.
Speak to the people, 30 seconds.
Just to say that there is need for us to preserve our constitution. Let us not accept the move to cower people, to bend towards one formation. Unity in diversity. And especially this message is to those elected in the county assemblies and in parliament.
Okay.
Namana azimio tukae ngangari.
It's 10 a.m. Thank you very much for tuning in to the Situation Room today. See you again tomorrow. Good morning.
Running mate Martha Karua has criticized the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nordin Haji, for withdrawing some of the cases that were ongoing in court. In an interview with SpiceFM, Karua said that the move to withdraw the cases is political. The Kenya leader said that she does not understand why the cases that are being withdrawn are of those close to President William Ruto, including some cabinet secretaries.
What a coincidence that the cases now being reassessed and withdrawn are for the politically correct. Withdrawals just before parliamentary vetting. People are nominated for cabinet. Questions arise, as they should in the public, that these are